Hello everyone, welcome back. Guys, in today's video we are gonna build full stack online food ordering website using React.js and Spring Boot. Guys, other than React.js and Spring Boot, we are gonna use this much technology, also MySQL database. I will explain this technology one by one, but first let me show you the demo of our project. Here you can see the landing page of our project. Here you can see the top meals and all the restaurants which are registered with our platform. And here you can see the status of that restaurant, like this restaurant is open, but here you can see this restaurant is closed. Now on the closed restaurant, if I click, I'm not able to go inside that restaurant. And if I click on the open restaurant, I can go inside this restaurant and check all the menus, and also I can filter those menus as well. Also you can see the restaurant name, then this description about the restaurant, images of the restaurant here you can see. Also you can check the location of that restaurant and timing as well. Now let me go back, and here if you want to add this restaurant inside in your favorite list, you can add as well. So let me add this restaurant in my favorite list. Let's go to here, and by clicking here, go to favorite, and here you can see your favorite restaurant list. Also if I click here, you can see that it removed from my favorite list. And you can see currently I have only one restaurant in my favorite list. This is not inside my favorite list. Now guys, from here you can see the search bar. By clicking on that, you can search for food as well. Like let me search for pizza. Okay, you can see the pizza is coming here. And if I search for sandwich, you can see the sandwich. If I search for chicken, you can see the chicken as well. Okay, now let me go back and go inside any restaurant. Let's go inside this first restaurant. Name of this restaurant is Indian fast food. Now here you can filter this menu as well. Like when I click on vegetarian only, you can see only vegetarian. If I click on non-veg only, you can see only non-veg. If I click on seasonal, so this all these three food are seasonal, and if I click on all, you can see all. Now if you want to see only pizza, you can see pizza, but I don't have any pizza inside my restaurant. Biryani, I have one biryani, chicken, one chicken, like this. Okay, and if I click on all, you can see all the foods which are present in this restaurant. Now let's say guys, if you want to order any food, then what should you do? So let's click on this expand arrow, and here you can see, from here guys, you can select any ingredients for this food. So let me add some ingredients. Like I want this ingredients for burger, and in protein I want this protein. And guys, if you can notice here, this ground beef protein, I'm not able to select this because guys, this ingredients is out of stock. Now a restaurant can handle this ingredient stock. Like if you want, he can add stock and remove stock. Okay, now let me select the bread. So this bread, because burger have only this one bread. And from here you can select the vegetable. If you don't want onion, you can skip this onion. If you want tomato slice, you can select this. Okay, so that's how guys you need to select the ingredients for your favorite food. Okay, after selecting all the ingredients which you want for your food, you can click on add to cart. Now as I click on add to cart, you can see on cart one is coming here, one item is coming. Now here you can see all these ingredients. Okay, from here you can change the quantity of burger, like 2 burger, 3 burger, 5 burger. And here you can see the total is also change according this quantity. Okay, And if you want, you can remove quantity as well. Let me remove as well. So you can see now my card is empty. Now let's go back and edit again. Now let's go to chicken. This time I want to add chicken in my cart. So let's select this ingredients. After selecting ingredients, let's click on add to cart. Let's go to cart and let's add the address. So guys, now you need to add the address for checkout. So let's add the address, street address. Let's add Raj code, state Maharashtra, pin code, let's add this, and city, let's add this. Okay, and when I click on the deliver here, now guys, you can see it has redirect me to this Stripe payment gateway page. Okay, from here you need to complete your payment. So let's give email address and this dummy card. Also let me give this future expiry 1 2 3. All these details guys, you need to give just dummy detail. Okay, now card holder's name, then click on pay, and it will take some time, and you see our order is success. Now when I click on go to home, it will redirect me to the home, but here you can see my deployed link are coming, but I'm not going to use deploy link. Instead of, I will use localhost. So let's go to localhost 3000 again. Let's go to RAM, then let's go to order, and here you can see chicken breasts are coming in my orders. Our order status is pending for now. Now let's go to card, I guess. Not card, but first let's go to here. Okay, and let's go to the restaurant thing. Okay, restaurant dashboard, and change the status of our order. So let me open, I guess. Let's go to here, let me close this. Let's go to dashboard, order, and here you can see this is the customer email, raju@gmail. We have ordered chicken breast, and our order status is pending. But from here a restaurant owner can change the status. So when I click here, let me complete the order, you can see completed. And guys, all this order you can filter according the status of that order. Like if you want to see only pending order, you can see the pending order. If you want to completed order, you can see all the completed orders, and when I click on all, you can see all the orders. Now this status will change in customer side as well. So let's go to here, inside order, you can see our order is completed here. Now let's go to again dashboard, restaurant dashboard. So guys, from here you can see all the orders of your restaurant, and then menu. Here you can see the menu, then food category. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create a new account, and I will show you how you can see the how you can add a restaurant. Okay, like if new restaurant owner wants to onboard, then how you can onboard them using our platform. So what I'm gonna do is this is from RAM account. Let me log out, and from here you if you have already account, you can log in. If you don't have account, you can register, and if you forgot the password, you can change your password as well. Like give your email address. Now after giving your email address, it will send you one link to reset password. By clicking on that link, you can reset your password as well. I will show you this, but first let's go back to login, and okay, let's go to register, and let's add one restaurant like Ritesh. Okay, or maybe Ramcharan. Let's add Ramcharan. instead of Ramcharan, let's give mhm, let's give Allu Arjun. Okay, let's give Allu Arjun, then allu@gmail.com. Password, let's give here password, then restaurant owner, let's click on the registered. And yeah, after successful register, now guys, since you have choose the restaurant owner role, that's why you need to onboard your restaurant. So let's give some restaurant images. So let me choose let's choose this one. Okay guys, multiple image you can add for your restaurant, like currently you can see I have add this. Now let me add this as well. I will choose 3 image for my restaurant, so let's choose this one as well. Okay, these 3 images I will choose for my restaurant. Now let's give the restaurant name. So my restaurant name is Arjun Fast Food, or maybe Arjun Restaurant. Arjun Restaurant. Description, let's give best restaurant of India. Question type, let's give Indian. Then street address, let's give here Maharana Circle. City, let's give Mumbai. Then what is this? States, let's give Maharashtra. Postal code, let's give this. Then country, India. Also here you can give your email as well. So let me give this code with Joe's email. Mobile number, let's give this. Then Twitter, let's give this Twitter. And inside Instagram also let's give, or maybe let's search for Instagram. And let's copy this. Okay, this Instagram. Now let's create our restaurant. So you can see our restaurant is created, Arjun Restaurant, and our restaurant status is for now status. You can see here close. If you want to open this restaurant, you can open from here. Okay, owner you can see, then restaurant name, question type, all the restaurant detail guys you can see here. Also we have add Instagram and Twitter, so let's click on, so we have added this link. Okay, that's why it's redirect to here, but user will click there add their actual social media link here. Okay, also address you can see, and from here as I said you can change the status of your restaurant, like your restaurant is open or your restaurant is closed. For now your restaurant is closed, but let's open the restaurant. Okay, after that guys we need to add the menu, but if I go to menu, here you can see I need to select the food category, but currently I don't have any food category. So let's go to food category and add some categories here, like let's add burger, maybe burger. Okay, let's create. Here you can see our food category is coming. Let's add one more, like chicken as well. Then let's add dosa as well. Okay, 3 category we have. Now let's go to menu, and from here you can create your menu item. Now here you can see burger, chicken and dosa. I have 3 categories which I have recently created. Now let's add some food images first. So let's go to image, let's go to food, and I want to create the burger, but there is one problem guys. Let's cancel it, and here ingredients you can see I don't have any ingredients. Okay, so I need to add some ingredients as well. Okay, so let's go to ingredients. From here you can, first you need to add the ingredients category, then you can add ingredients. So ingredients category, I need to search for ingredients. Let's go to here, go to ChatGPT, and give me the list of ingredients of burger with ingredient category. Okay, yeah, this much ingredients it has given us, but we'll add some from this, like buns. So bun is our carbohydrate, liquid, protein. We have only one protein. Okay, let's add one protein. Let's go to here. Our category name is protein. Create. So our protein is created, our category is created, means ingredient category is created. Now let's give this ground beef. Let's go to here. Now let's add the ingredients. Okay, so ingredients name is ground beef. Now category of this ground beef is protein, so let's select from here protein. Okay, and currently is in stock. Now let's go to here again and add some seasoning. So let's go to here, create category seasoning, and first is salt, pepper. Let's go to here, click here, ingredients, pepper, then seasoning. Also let's add salt, then category seasoning. Okay, now let's go to here, onion powder. Let's add onion powder. Select seasoning, onion powder, then garlic powder, this is also seasoning, garlic powder. Let's click on the create. Okay guys, so that's how you can add ingredients and category. Now let's go to menu, and now I guess we have this much ingredients and this food category. So now we can create one food for us. So let's go to images, food. Now let's select one burger. So let's select this, open. Guys, you can add multiple images as well, but I will add only one image, and name will be the burger. Description will be delicious burger. Let's give it. Price here you can set $4.99. Food category will be burger. Ingredients, let me add some multiple ingredients like proper salts. I don't want onion powder, but garlic powder. Okay, that let's use, or maybe let's select this much ingredients. Now is vegetarian? Yes, is vegetarian. Is seasonal? So here you can give yes or no. Let me give no for now. Now let's create the menu item, and here you can see food created successfully. So let's go to menu, and here you can see our food, but for now it's out of stock. Why is out of stock? So let's go to customer site, and here you can see Arjun restaurant. Okay, for now it's open. Let's go to here, let's click here, and here you can see our burger. But guys, here I'm not able to click this button because this button is disabled, out of stock. Here you can see. Now from the restaurant dashboard you can change the availability, like in stock. Okay, when I click here, it will be now it will be available to customer, so that now customer can order this burger. So let's see now you can add this item to your cart. Okay, so this thing is done. So guys, that's how you can add your menu, food category, ingredients. Also guys, one more thing I want to show you is events. From here you can create your events as well. So let me click here, pixel food images, and let's go to here, and which image I'm gonna use. Let's copy this image address. Let's go to here and give here image URL. So guys, here you need to give the location, like in which location your event will happen. So for now, let me give here Delhi. Event name I will give like 50% discount. Guys, just a dummy name you can give as you want, like according your needs. Okay, then will this event will start. So let's say this event will start on 29, and here you can give the time, this time, and this event will close on like 6 a.m. Okay, and let's submit. And here you can see our event is created, like Arjuna, which restaurant organized this event. So Arjun restaurant organized this event, 50% discount, name of the event, this time of this event. Now guys, this event you can see from customer side as well. Like let's go to click on the event, and here you can see the different events of different restaurant. Like this event is created by Indian fast food, this event is created by Arjun restaurant, and name of the event as well. Okay, now let's go to restaurant dashboard, and I guess guys I have explained all this thing to you. Here you can see the order. Currently you don't have any order. Okay, but when you have order you will see here, and here you can see all the menu, ingredients, event, detail. All right guys, so this that's it for the demo. Now let me explain the technologies. What are the technologies we are going to use in this project? So guys, as I show you Stripe payment gateway, we are going to use Stripe payment gateway, but I forgot to add Stripe payment gateway in this slide. So what I can do is let me go to Notion. Notion, and here I can add Stripe as well. Stripe payment gateway. Okay, so guys, for the front end okay, let me go to here, let me refresh this, and then I can explain. Okay, so for the oh shit, it is mess up. Now it's fine. Let me refresh it once more time, and yeah, so for the front end we are going to use React, Spring Boot for the backend, Spring Security for authentication, and we'll give role based access guys, as I told you, for customer, role customer, and role restaurant owner, so that the restaurant owner can add the restaurant detail and access the restaurant dashboard. Okay, then Spring Starter Mail for sending email to the user, then JSON Web Token for authentication, MySQL database, Tailwind CSS, Material UI as a component library, Redux state management library for managing our state, Axios for fetching data from the API, then Stripe payment gateway for the payment gateway. Guys, Spring Starter Mail mainly will use for sending the notification to user, and when we reset password. Okay, let's log out this, and let's go to here, and here you can see forgot password. So whenever you will give your email here, you will get one email from this platform for reset your password. Okay, so that's why we need the Spring starter mail. Also we'll send email to user that your order is ready, your order is completed, to send the status of the order. All right, now let's go to town, and here you can see tool. So this two tool we are gonna use, like IntelliJ IDEA for Spring Boot and VS Code for the React. One more thing guys, Postman also we are gonna use for testing our APIs. So yeah, if you don't have IntelliJ IDEA and VS Code, you can go to browser and download, but there is no restriction that you should use only IntelliJ IDEA. You can use your any favorite ID like Eclipse, STS also you can use. All right, now let me go down, and here you can see all the model like user entity, restaurant entity, then food entity, food category, ingredient, event, order item, card item. Okay, so yeah guys, this much model also we are gonna build. You will get more idea when we implement all this thing. So I guess that's it for the demo and theory. Now we should start our code. So let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA and let's get start. So now first let's create our Spring Boot project and then start. So creating our Spring Boot project, we need to go to Spring Initializer. So let's search here Spring Initializer and let's open this first website, and from here let's initialize our project first. So I will choose the language Java, then project Maven, version this 3.2.2, group. Here I will give com.jos. You can give your name as well. Okay, there is no restriction. Then artifact I will give project name, so it will be online food ordering, online food ordering, and name I will keep this. Then description I will change online food ordering system. Package name I will remove all this and keep only com.jos. Then packaging will be jar and version will be 17. Now let's add some dependencies. First let's add Spring Web, then Lombok, Spring Dev Tool, Spring Data JPA, this Spring Data JPA, then MySQL driver. Okay, MySQL driver. Then Spring Security, let's add Spring Security, and I guess that's it. If we need anything else, then we'll add it manually. So now let's click on the generate and save. Let's open. Let me maximize it. Now let's unzip this, extract all, and let me cut it out and put here. Okay, in this you can see we have all the src ignore and maven and all this file related to our project. Now let me remove this because we don't need it. Now I don't need this demo and this zip file as well. Now I will open this with the IntelliJ IDEA. Oh, what is this? I don't want to open with VS Code, but I want to open it with IntelliJ IDEA. Yeah, I trust the project. Let's open a new window. Let's maximize it. And yes guys, you can see. Now enable annotation processing. Let's click here so that it will enable Lombok for us. Now let me maximize it, and first it will ask us for a data source. Okay, because we have added two dependencies, data JPA and MySQL driver. so for connecting our MySQL database with our application, but we didn't provide any driver class. So first we need to provide the driver class for connecting our application. So let's search for MySQL driver class, and Java point. Let's open Java point. I guess we got something here. This MySQL driver class. Why I'm not getting where we write here Spring Boot, and getting started. Let's open this, and here you can see we have got the MySQL driver class. So let's copy this. Let's go to our project. Then let me minimize this. Let's go to src main resource and application.properties. Let's define here, and here we need to give our database name. Okay, currently we don't have any database, so we'll create the database, then we'll give here name, and here we need to provide the username of our MySQL. So it will be root for my case. Okay, in your case I don't know, so put your username, don't use mine, else it will not work. Now I'll be add here my password. Oh, it's nothing but 7090 and Ashok. This is guys my password, don't use mine, use your. Okay, else in your machine it will not work. Then let's give here some space, and let's initialize our port here. So port server.port equal to 5454. Let's give this port, and now let's create the database. So first I need to open MySQL command line. Let me log in here using my password 7090. Guys, if you have MySQL workbench, then you should open this and create the database. Okay, but I have MySQL command line, so I will create here database. For this I need to write command create database, and I need to give here name of the database. What I will give here, let's give first let's show the database. So databases, and Joe's food, let's give here. Maybe create database Josh food, and YT means YouTube दे देते हैं. I mean let's give it Joe's food underscore YT means YouTube, and let's create it now. Okay, you can see our database is created. Now let's minimize this, and let's give that name here. So what we have created, Joe's food YT. So this is the name of our database. Now let's rerun it, and I hope this time it will run successfully. It won't give any error. You can see our project is run successfully. Alright, so first step is done. Now let's go to our Java com.jos, and here let's create one package. Let's give it name model. Model, Inside this package we'll write all the entities of our project. Okay, let me show you all the entity as well. Let's go to online food ordering system. Here you can see we have user entity, restaurant entity, then food category, ingredients, event, order item, card item. All this entity we are going to write in this model. So first let's create the user entity Java class. Let's give here username. And guys, as I show you here, inside user entity we have this much field like ID, full name, email, password, role, orders, favorites, address, status. Okay, so let's define all this field in our user entity. And first thing we need to do is we need to annotate this entity with the @entity annotation. Okay, so that it will map our Java class with the database table. That's why we need to give here entity. And data for getter setter methods. And let's give here all ask constructor and no ask constructor as well. Okay, so this will be possible because of long book. Now we don't need to write all ask constructor, no ask constructor and getter setter method for our all the fields, because we have annotated this this entity with the data, all ask constructor and no ask constructor, which are coming from long book. You can see here. Now let's define the fields. First fields will be unique identifier. So unique identifier nothing but our ID, and we'll give type long of ID. Then we need to generate this ID automatically. Okay, every time we are not gonna give ID, it will automatically generate ID for us. Now let's give here generated value, then strategy and generation type auto, so that it can generate ID for us automatically. We don't need to give ID every time. And also one more thing, we need to annotate this with ID. Okay, by annotating this ID field with the @ID, we are telling that this is our unique identifier of this entity. Now let's define some more fields. This is name, then email, then let's define password as well. Password also gonna be string, then role, private, user role. Okay, so guys, role we are gonna create enum for the role. So let's create this. So inside model, let me create new class, and this time we are gonna create enum. Here I will give user role. Okay, and we have two roles maybe. Let's see. First role customer, role, then customer. Second role will be a role restaurant owner. Role restaurant owner. Then let's give a role admin. Okay, these are the role of our user. Now let's go to user and complete all our left entities. After role, we need to define here order as well. So private list of order, and let's give here new array lists. Okay, so these orders are made by users, but we don't have order entity, so we need to first create the order entity. So let's create order entity. New Java class, let's give name order entity. Order, let's annotate it with entity, and let's define here id first. Private long id, and it's gonna be auto generated value. So strategy, we need to give generation type auto. Great. Now let's go to here, let's import first list, and let's define here relation between order entity and user entity. So what which relation should be defined here? So user have a one-to-many relation with order entity. One-to-many. And here I will give a JSON ignore. Why JSON ignore? Because whenever I fetch the user, that time I don't need this list of order. Okay, because fetching all the orders, I will write separate API. For fetching all the orders of user, I will write or make or build separate API. That's why I don't need this order list in user entity. Or maybe whenever I get the user object or whenever I fetch the user object, that time I don't need this list. That's why I'm giving here JSON ignore. Okay, now here let's give the favorites. New array lists. Okay, inside favorites, user can store all the all her favorite restaurants, or maybe all his favorite restaurants. And let's give here element collection. So here I need to give the type. Type will be restaurant DTO. Restaurant DTO, but we don't have restaurant DTO, so let's go to com.jos. Let's create new package first. DTO, inside this DTO I'm gonna create restaurant DTO. Restaurant DTO. Okay, let's annotate this with data. That means getter setter method. Okay, inside this DTO I need to provide some fields like string, or maybe name or title. String title. Then list of string, images. of the restaurant. And let's give here a column length, column length, okay, because we have a big string of image URL, that's why we need to give here 1000. Now let's give description of restaurants, and let's give the ID of restaurant, and let's annotate this with embeddable. Let's go to user, import this, and you can see it was fixed. Now let's define other field. So now we have address field. So here I will give a list of address. Okay, so whenever user order any food and provide his address, that time we are gonna store his address inside user object, so that later he can use it for a new order. Okay, every time when he order food, he don't need to provide new address, or maybe every time he don't need to provide the address, instead of he can use existing address by simple one click. Okay, now let's give here array lists. And of course we don't have address entity, so let's go to model and let's create one Java class for this address entity. Address, and let's annotate this with entity ID. Here I need to provide the ID first, private long, and it should be ID, and generated value will be strategy generation type auto. That's all. Okay, we'll complete this address entity. First let's complete our user entity. Now we need to give the, or maybe define the relation between address entity and user entity. So relation will be one to many, because one user have multiple address, and multiple address have a same user. That's why we need to provide here one to many relationship. Now guys, imagine that one user can whenever user order food online, okay, first time maybe he give different address, and second time maybe he give different address, or third time also he can give separate address. So one user have multiple address, that's why here we need to give one to many relationship. Now here I need to give a cascade type all. Now why cascade type all? Because whenever we delete this user, all the address related to this user will be automatically deleted. That's why we need to give here a cascade type all. And let's give here all from removal true, because if we have deleted the user from our database, then we don't need the address of that user. Okay, so we need to remove that as well. That's why here we need to give cascade type all. Now here one to many, let's give here also cascade type all, cascade type all, and map by we need to give here customer. Okay, why this customer? Because inside order entity we are gonna provide customer field, and his type will be user. And by giving this map by customer, we are telling our Spring Boot that don't create a separate table for this mapping. You can use this use order table for this mapping. Okay, I hope you are guys, you have understand this. Now let's go to order entity and complete our order entity. Let's go to here and let's go to order. Here you can see this much field we have inside order entity: ID, customer, restaurant, total amount, order status, when this order is created, then delivery address of this order, then what are the items inside this order, what are the payment method of this order, then total item of this order, and total price. So all this field we need to provide inside order entity. So let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA and complete our order entity. So here we have given already ID. Now we need to give customer field. Type will be user, customer, then many to one relation with customer. This order entity have a many to one relation, means many order have a same user. Okay, now let's define here a restaurant. So from which restaurant user have made this order? Of course, restaurant entity we don't have. Will define will create. So let's create first. Let's create Java class restaurant, and let's give here a data, the entity, no args constructor, all args constructor. Let's define the ID. So let's go to order, let's copy this, let's go to restaurant, let's provide it. Now let's go to order again and complete our order entity. So we need to define here a relation between restaurant entity and order entity. So guys, it's gonna be many to one, because one restaurant have multiple order. Okay, from one restaurant user can made a multiple order, but one order or maybe multiple order have only one restaurant. It can't be that this order have this restaurant as well and this restaurant as well. Not possible. Okay, either user can online order food from either that or restaurant, or maybe second restaurant, or maybe third restaurant, or maybe fourth restaurant, but it's not possible that user can made same order or with the same time with the multiple restaurants. That's why we need to give here many to one. That means many order have same restaurant, but one restaurant have multiple order. Now let's provide here JSON ignore. So whenever we fetch the order object, that time we don't need this restaurant object inside this order object. That's why we have annotated this field with JSON ignore. Now private long here we need to give total amount. total amounts. Then also let's provide the order status as well. String order status. Then created at private date. Created at. So when this order get created, java.util. Now address. Okay, so it's gonna be delivery address and type will be address. Delivery address. Let's define the relation between address entity and order entity. So it's gonna be many to one. Many to one. Why many to one? Because many order are made on the same address. It is possible, right guys? Like I can order pizza on my same address, and on the same address I can order burger as well, or maybe some other day I will order biryani on my same order. So it is possible, but one order have only one address. It can't be that this order should be delivered on this address as well and second address as well. It's not possible. It should be delivered only on the one delivery address, one address. That's why we need to give here many to one relation. Okay, now let's define here items. So private, it's gonna be list of item. So order item means which thing user have ordered. This thing will be defined in this field. And let's define the relation here one to many. Means many items have same order. That means inside one order user can add multiple items, like he can add burger, pizza, biryani as well inside one order. So that is possible. Now we don't have order item, so let's create this class. Let's right click on this, create Java class, order item. Order item. And let me define id field here. Let's annotate with entity, then data, no args constructor, all args constructor. That's it. Now let's go to order and finish this. Okay, after order items we need to give here total item, and let's give here total price. And also let's define here payment method, private or maybe we'll add it later. Let's comment it out for now. Comment this for now. Payment. I have made the mistake in spell. Okay, now it's fixed. And I hope our order entity is now ready. Let's annotate this with data, no args constructor and all args constructor. no args constructor, then all args constructor. Okay, our order entity is now ready. Now let's go to order item and fix our order, I mean complete our order item entity. Okay, so private food and food. So if we don't have food currently, food entity, so let's create it. Let's give the ID, then no args constructor, all args constructor, data, and it will be entity. Okay, now let's go to order item again and complete it. Here we need to provide or define the relation between order item entity and food entity. So it's gonna be many to one. Why many to one? Because many order item have same food. Okay, maybe I have ordered pizza, and my friend also have ordered pizza, or his friend also have ordered pizza. So that will be multiple items. Okay, that's why we need to provide here many to one. I mean, multiple users order item can use same food. That's why many to one relation. But one food have many order items. Okay, now here we need to provide the quantity as well, like how many quantities user have select for this food. Like if he selected pizza or burger, then how many quantity he have selected, 5 burger, 2 pizzas, like this. So let's quantity, let's select here quantity, private long total price, then ingredients, let's provide here ingredients, and it's gonna be list of string. Okay, so our order item is ready. Food, for which food this item is created, how many item of this food user have selected, and based on this quantity and the food price, how much total price, and how many ingredients he have selected for this item. So that's fine. Now let's go to our food entity, and let's complete our food entity. Okay, so first thing will be the name of this food, like pizza, burger, biryani, chicken, rice, all this. And second thing will be the description, private string description, and price of this food, provide here price, private price. First we need to provide the type of this fields. Price. Sorry guys, I don't know why I'm today making so much mistakes, but yeah, it should be. Now I need to provide the category, in which category this food will be. So private category, food category. Let's provide the relation between category and this food entity. So it's gonna be many to one, because many food have same category. So inside same category there will be multiple foods like pizza. So inside the pizza there will be multiple type of pizza, and biryani. So in this biryani category there will be multiple type of biryani. So that's why we need to give here many to one. Now let's create this category entity. So category. Okay, let's provide the ID field. Then let's annotate with entity data, no action structure, all action structure. Now let's go to food again and let's finish this. Also we need to provide the images of this food. So let's write a list of string images, and this images URL will be long, because we are gonna store this URL inside Cloudinary. So let's define the length of this column, 1000. Let's give here element collection. By giving element collection, it will create a separate table for food images. Okay, now let's define the availability of this food. So boolean available. Now let's define the restaurant, like which restaurant this food is related, or maybe which restaurant provide this food. Okay, so that's how you can understand why we need to add here a restaurant entity. We need to give the identity, like which restaurant is provided this food. Many to one. Okay, why many to one? Because inside one restaurant there will be multiple food, so that in multiple food there will be same restaurant, like pizza, burger, biryani. This all food have a same restaurant, and one restaurant have all this food. That's why we need to provide here many to one. Okay, some other fields also we need to provide, like is vegetarian, is just seasonable, boolean is vegetarian, private boolean is seasonable, seasonal is seasonal or not. Also we need to provide the ingredients, like this food, how many ingredients this food have. So let's give here list of ingredients item, ingredients item, ingredients. Okay, new array lists. Of course this ingredients item class we don't have, so let's create this Java class or maybe entity, ingredients item. Let's annotate it with entity data, no args constructor and all args constructor, no args constructor, all args constructor. Now let's go to food again, and let's define the relation between ingredients item and food entity. So it's gonna be many to many, because inside one food there will be multiple ingredients. Okay, that's why many to many. And also many ingredients have multiple food, like if I give the example, pizza have what are the ingredients used inside pizza? I don't know, but if we made a sandwich, inside sandwich there will be like bread, sauce. Okay, but that might be case that this bread and sauce will use other food as well. So you can say inside one food we have multiple ingredients, and this multiple ingredients are used in multiple or maybe various foods. That's why we need to give here many to many. Private it creation date of this food, and let's give here, okay, let it be. And now guys, our food entity is ready. Now let's complete our restaurant entity. Okay, so let's complete our restaurant entity. Let's go to restaurants. We have defined ID already. Now it's time to define owner of this restaurant. Who will be the owner of this restaurant? So user owner, and let me import this user. We need to define the relation between this user entity and restaurant. So guys, we are gonna provide only one restaurant for one user. That's why I will provide here one-to-one relationship, 1-to-1, because one restaurant have only one owner and one owner have only one restaurant. All right, private string name of this restaurant, then description of this restaurant. So private string description, then question type of this restaurant, string question type, Then let's define the address of this restaurant. Private address and also we need to provide the relation between this address entity and restaurant entity. So it's gonna be many to 1. Or maybe 1 to 1, because we are providing only one. Okay, let's give here 1 to 1, because we are providing only one restaurant for one user. That's why 1 to 1. Or maybe that might guess that no, let it be. And contact information, contact information of this restaurant, contact information. Let's give here embedded. Of course, with this contact information class we don't have, so let's define this class as well. Contact information, and inside this contact information we'll have some fields like social media, Instagram, Twitter, mobile, email. Let's define this. Private string email, then private string mobile, private string Twitter, private string Instagram. These are the all fields contact information class have. Now let's define here data, so that getter setter method will be available for this contact information class. And of course we are not gonna annotate this with entity, because we are not gonna make entity of this contact information. Now let's go to restaurant and finish our restaurant. So some more fields guys we need to provide here, like opening hours, private string opening hours of this restaurant, then orders, list of orders this restaurant have. New URL list. Let's import this list and let's define the relation between order and restaurant entity. As I told you, this have a many to one relationship, means one restaurant have multiple orders, one to many. And of course we are gonna give here map by restaurant, map by restaurant. So here which field we need to give, so let's go to order, and here you can see we have a restaurant field name with the restaurant type. So this field name as it is we need to give inside order field here, map by. So yeah guys, keep this in your mind that we need to give field name which are inside restaurant, which map by order. Okay, by map by restaurant, by giving this we are going to tell that we are going to tell Spring Boot that don't create separate table for this. Just go to restaurant restaurant order table and use the data for mapping this. Okay, cascade type we need to give here all, so that whenever we remove restaurant, all the orders within that restaurant get deleted as well. Okay, orphan removal true. Now private list of string and images. Let's give here element collection so that it can create separate table for this, and also let's define column length. So by default it's gonna be 255, but we need to give here 1000 because our image string will be long, that's why. And let's give here registration date, local date time, registration date. So this registration date will be that date when owner has registered with our platform, this restaurant. Okay, and open. So guys, owner can close this restaurant and open this restaurant according his requirement or his availability. So that's why we have given here open field. So whenever owner will close his restaurant, no one can order food from his restaurant. Okay, now let's give the foods. So it's gonna be list of foods, as I told you when we made food entity, that one restaurant have multiple foods. New array lists. Okay, and let's define the relation between food entity and restaurant entity. So one restaurant have multiple food, guys, so one too many. And also we need to provide here map by restaurant. And let's give here cascade type all, so that whenever we remove this restaurant from our database, all the foods within this restaurant get deleted as well. And also let's give here JSON ignore, because whenever I will fetch this restaurant data object, JSON ignore. Why JSON ignore? Because whenever I fetch the restaurant data object, I don't need this food list inside that object. Instead of, I will make a separate API for this, for fetching foods of any particular restaurant. That's why I'm giving here JSON ignore. Okay, our restaurant is also ready. Now our user is ready, a restaurant is ready, order item is ready, order is ready. Now let's complete the ingredients item. So ingredients item have name first of all. So it's gonna be string name of this item, ingredient name of this ingredient item means ingredients name. Okay, then ingredient category, ingredients category. Okay, why ingredient category, guys? Inside the one category there will be multiple ingredients like sauce. So that might case inside one sauce category there will be multiple sauce like onion sauce, tomato sauce, like this. Okay, so that's why we need to provide here ingredients category as well. Now ingredients category we don't have this model. We are gonna create it. Let's create ingredients category and let's annotate it with entity data, no args constructor, all args constructor. Okay, and inside ingredient category we have some fields like name of this category, or string name, then restaurants, okay, so which restaurant this ingredient category is related. And here also we need to provide the relation between restaurant and ingredients category. So one restaurant have multiple ingredient category, that's why we need to give here many to one. Let's give here JSON ignore, because whenever I fetch ingredient category object I don't need this restaurant field. Now here I need to give private list of ingredients item ingredients equal to new array list. Let's import this list as well. Now let's define the relation between ingredients item and ingredients category. So it's gonna be one to many, means one category have multiple ingredients, one to many. And here we need to give map by category, then cascade type all. Now let's go to ingredients item and let's finish this. So here we have ingredient category. Now let's define the relation between this. Many to one means many ingredients have same category, like onion sauce have sauce category, then tomato sauce also have sauce category. That's how. Now let's define here restaurant, like which restaurants this ingredients item is related to. So restaurants and one restaurant have multiple ingredients, so many to one. We need to provide here many to one. Now let's give here JSON ignore and let's provide here availability of this ingredient item. Is it in stock or not? So by default it's gonna be true, but admin can make it false as well. Okay, ingredients item is ready, ingredients category is ready. Now let's food is ready. Now let's complete the food category. So it's a food category. Food category also have name first. And then restaurants. Let's define here relation between restaurant and category. So many to one. That means one restaurant have multiple category. And let's give here just an ignore, because whenever I fetch the category of any particular restaurant, I don't need the restaurant object inside this category object data. Okay, this much is done. Or still guys, let's go to our docs, and if I show you here, let me minimize it first. We have write our user entity, restaurant entity, food category, ingredients, order item. Now card and card item is left and event left. So I guess let's finish card and card item and then event. So let's go to here. First, event will implement in the last. First, let's create card entity. So it's gonna be entity, data, no args constructor, all args constructor. And let's provide the user of this card. Okay, so customer, let's provide here customer. Let's define the relation, so it's gonna be 1 to 1, because we are gonna provide only one card per user. Okay, now card item, so list of, first let's do one thing, private long total of this card, total. Okay, now let's provide here list of card item. New array lists. That means inside one card there will be multiple items. Okay, user can add multiple items inside one card. Now let's 1 2 many. Let's provide here relation between card and card item. So one card have multiple card items, and here we need to define map by card. Also we need to give cascade type all or from removal true. That means whenever we delete any card, all the card items within that card should be removed as well. Now let's create card item. So let's click on new card item. No args constructor, all args constructor, and let's provide card item field. So first thing we need is card, which card this item is related to. Okay, let's define the relation between card and card item. So it's gonna be many to one, because many card item have same card. That means like if user have added burger, pizza and biryani, these three item inside his card, then these three item have same card. That's how I hope it is understandable. Now let's give here JSON ignore, because whenever I fetch card item I don't need the card. That's why I need to give here JSON ignore. Now private food and food many to one. Okay, this card item have one food and it's gonna be many to one, means one food have multiple, sorry, okay guys. So private food and food, that means many card item have same food. Okay, like I have added biryani inside my card, so that means in my card item I have a biryani food, but my friend also have added biryani food inside his card, so his card item also have the same food, so same for all the users. That is possible, like many card item have same food, or inside one food there will be multiple card item. So yeah, now let's define here quantity, like quantity of this food, quantity okay, how many biryani or how many burger I want to purchase. Then ingredients, list of string and ingredients. What are the ingredients I want inside this food? Or maybe which are the ingredients? Okay, now total price. Private, it's gonna be long, total price. Okay, so our card item is also ready. Now let's go to card and finish this, because we have left card entity. First we need to import this list, and one to many attribute value type should not be card item. Then what it should be? Card item. One card have multiple item, one to many, many to one. I have given many to one here, many to one. Yeah, it is correct. Why it's a grading issue? One too many. Card item, list of card items. One too many attribute value should not be card item. So what it should be? From removal true. I have defined card as well here, you can see. Don't know why it's creating issue, but let's run our project and see table is created or not. Yeah, I got the exception, card item which is not a entity. Okay, so guys, we card item, we didn't annotate this card item with @entity, that's why it's creating issue. Now it won't be. And as you can see, our project is oh, still order item. Let's go to order item, entity. So what is the problem with order item? Error executing DDL or alter table order items at constraint. Okay, because I guess this order table is not getting created because of its naming convention. I need to give here name orders. Let's get run this, rerun it again. And that's all. You can see this time it hasn't created any exception for us. Now let's go to our MySQL command line and check table is created or not. So guys, you can see we have created this database. Now we need to use this database in order to check all the tables are created or not. First let's use this, and you can see database is changed. Now let's run the command for show tables. It will show all the tables which are present in our database. Let me maximize it, and you can see here guys, I have made it little bit zoom. Address, then card item, then category sequence, food. Guys, this sequence, for now ignore this sequence table, just focus on our actual table like address, card item, then category, food images, food ingredients, then ingredients category, also ingredients item. Okay, all these tables are created successfully guys, you can see here. Okay, now let me minimize it, zoom in, and I don't think any table is left now. If any table is left, then we'll create it later. So after creating all the tables, now let's implement the login and register method for user. For that we need to create the repository first. So let's click here and create new package. Package name will be repository. And inside this repository package we'll create a user repository. Actually it's gonna be interface, not class, so let's change it, and it will extend JB repository, extend JB repository. And here guys, first thing we need to provide the entity name for which entity we are gonna create this repository, and second thing we need to provide the unique identifiers type of that entity. So it's gonna belong user. Okay, let's import it. So first thing will be entity name, second thing will be unique identifiers type of that entity. So let's go to user and I will show you that. So inside the user you can see we have unique identifier ID and type of the ID is long, so that's why we need to provide here long. I hope you may understand. Now let me close all this. First let's finish this. We need to provide some custom method as well inside this user repository. Actually it will provide us method for all the CRUD operations like delete, add, then retrieve data, and find by ID. All 3-4 methods will provide, but some custom method also we need to write here for our needs. Public user find by email, find by email, string username. So what it will does, it will find user by email. Okay, and how it will work, guys, it's not a magic, correct? So you need to take care of the naming convention of this method. That means first thing you need to write find by. After find by you need to provide here field name which are present inside user entity, and you want to find user by that field, like email here I have given. Okay, but what if I want to find user by password or maybe role or maybe full name? That time I will write here full name like this. If I want to find by role, then I will write here role. Okay, for password like this. So currently I want to find by email, that's why I'm providing here email. You can see all other method as well, like see, that's how you can address between, address before, email is, and all this method you can see here. IntelliJ is smart enough to catch this thing, but let me write here email currently. Okay, now let me close all this, close all the tab. Now guys, what we need to do is we need to configure first Spring security. Okay, so if I run it currently, you can see Spring security is generating default password, but I don't want this. I want that user can create your own password and use it for login. So that's why we need to configure a Spring security. Let me actually not class, let me create one package. Let me create one package config. Inside this config I'm gonna create new class that is nothing but app config. Okay, inside this app config we'll configure our Spring security. So let's write here configuration, then enable web security, enable web security. Okay, since it is our configuration class, we'll annotate it with @configuration and enable web security, because we are gonna write here Spring security configuration. Okay, let's write the method spring security filter security filter chain. So security filter chain, then HTTP security and HTTP. It's gonna be throws exception. And let's return here null. Okay, now we are good to go with to implement this method. But before this, let's annotate it with bin class. Okay, we need to make it bin class. Now HTTP dot session management. First, we need to make it stateless. So management dot session creation policy. Session creation policy stateless. Let me minimize it. Minimize this. Sorry. So that you can see full screen. Okay. Now authorize requests. Inside this, we'll define that which endpoint should be whitelisted, which endpoint should be secure, and which endpoint should accessible only certain role which are provided by user. So this kind of configuration we are gonna write here. Authorize dot it's right here. Authorize dot request matchers. Okay, if request matchers API admin and slash, if any endpoint start from API admin and slash, then this, okay, let me go give here, this endpoint only available for those user who have a role restaurant owner or admin. So has role restaurant owner and admin. Okay, so guys, let me explain it once more time. Here I'm telling that if request matches API admin slash star star, that means if any endpoint is start from API admin, then it should be available for only those user who have a role restaurant owner, either admin. Okay, I hope it is understandable for you. Now let's move to next part and let's write request matcher. Now if request matcher API any endpoint start from just API, then make it secure. Okay, so with any role user can access this endpoint, whatever role he have. It is just authenticated, that means he need to provide just a token. If you provide the token and he wants to access this endpoint, then he will be able to access. Okay, with any role. Now any request permit all. Other than other than this endpoint, all the request will be permit all. That means for this this request, user don't need to provide any JWT token as well. Okay, so guys, again let me explain difference between these three endpoints. So here you can see first endpoint we have provided /API/admin/star. That means if any endpoint is start from API/admin, then only those user can access this endpoint who have a role admin, either role restaurant owner. Okay, other user can't access this endpoint. Now with this second request method, we are telling that if any endpoint is starting from API, then user should be provide the JWT token. By providing JWT token, he'll be able to access all these endpoints. Okay, regardless any user role, like if we have any user, it doesn't matter, but if we provide the JWT, then he'll be able to access this endpoint. And here any request, here we are telling that user, all the users, okay, it doesn't matter that this user have which role and he provided token or not, he can access this endpoint without any token, without any role. Okay, so guys, we are gonna permit only two endpoints, that is nothing but auth sign up and auth sign in. Means whenever user want to sign up and sign in, that time he doesn't have any JWT token. Okay, and also they don't have any role because they are, maybe that may be case that we are visiting first time our website, so where he will get the JWT token or role to accessing this endpoint. So that's why first we will provide them this two endpoint, sign up and sign in. By using sign up and sign in, he will get JWT token and role as well. Alright, now let's move to the next part, guys. Here I need to add a filter before for checking that if user have provided JWT token or not. If user have provided the JWT token, that is validate or not. So for that I need to create one token validator. Currently we don't have any token validator, we'll make it, don't worry. And basic authentication filter class. Then we need to make CSRF disable. CSRF disable. CSRF disable. Also we need to add course policy here. So course configuration source, course configuration source, that's it. Okay, now this method we don't have, and this JWT token validator we don't have it. So first let's implement this course configuration source create method. Okay, and let's implement this course configuration. Okay, it will return new course configuration source. And you can see it has given this method get configurations, get course configuration. And let's implement this. But why is providing like this? Okay, now let's implement this method and finish this. So course configuration, oh my gosh, course configuration and CFG course configuration, new course configuration. Now we get certain method inside this course configuration, like we can set allow origins. That means we can set the URLs, front end URL actually, from which this backend should be accessible. So let's do this. Set allow origins. Set allow origins. Arrays dot as a list. Let's provide a list here. Okay, inside this list we need to provide all the front end URL from which you want to access this backend. So first will be this. Let's add this deploy link. Here. Okay, also we need to provide a local host as well, because if we didn't deploy this, then we'll use the local host for accessing this backend. Okay, and I don't think we need this list, so let me remove this. Okay, that's it. Now second thing what we can do is we can set the method as well, like what are the methods which we want to allow for this front end URL. So set allowed method. Method means like get method, put method, then post method, delete method. Okay, I want to allow all the methods, so I can give here collection single list. Actually collections but single list, singleton list, and star means allow all the methods. Then set allow credential, CFG, set allow credentials true. Then set allow headers, CFG dot set allow headers. So collection dot singleton list, all the headers should be allow. Okay, also expose header you can set. So inside expose header also you can give singleton list, but I'm not gonna give here singleton list. Instead of, I will allow only one header, that is nothing but authorization, so that inside this we can send our JWT token. Authorization as a list. Arrays as a list, call to as a list with only one argument, replace with okay, let it be. Now let's set the life of this. So set max size 3600L. And let's return this CFG now. And that's it. Our course configuration is also done. One more thing guys I want to do is here I want to define here a password encoder. So password encoder, I'll tell you why we need this. Don't worry, let me first finish this. New big crypt password encoder. And bin. Okay, so guys, whenever we create any new user, okay, whenever any user registered with our platform, we are not going to store directly password inside our database, but instead of, first we are going to decrypt his password or her password, then we'll store in our database for security purpose. Okay, so when we decrypt his password, user's password, then it won't be in that format, so that other can understand that password or maybe read that password. Okay, it's in big crypt version. That means if any hacker hack our database and get all the users password, username and password, since he'll not able to what I say, use that password, because it's not in a readable format, or maybe he can understand that password because it's in a big crypted version. So that's why we need to use here password encoder. This password encoder method will use when a new user registered. That time we'll use this password encoder and decrypt his password, and after decrypting his password, we'll store this password in our database. Now it's time to create JWT validator. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is cannot resolve symbol. Okay, no problem. Let's copy this. Let's go to configuration, create new class, give this. Okay, and let's extend once per request filter. Now it will ask us to add unimplemented method, so let's add it. Let's return null by default. Do filter internal this. Okay, no problem. Let me do this. Oh, it's not returning anything, because here you can see it has a void type. Okay, so guys, it is for validating JWT token, but we haven't added JWT dependency in our project. So first we need to add JWT dependency. Let me go to my previous project, services, pom.xml file. From here I will copy this JWT dependencies. Okay, now let's go to, first let me minimize this, pom.xml, dependency, and I will paste it here. I guess I don't need this. And let's reload our project. Okay, it has downloaded all the dependencies. Now let's close it. Okay guys, let me explain this, or where from where you will get this JSON Web Token dependencies. So guys, search for JSON Web Token Maven dependency inside browser. You will get all this Maven dependency from internet. Okay, so JSON Web Token of first we are using JJWT API, then JJWT implementation, and JJWT injection. These three dependencies we are going to use in our project. Okay, so let's go to here. And one more thing guys I want to do is let's create new class. Okay, let's give it JWT constant name. So here two things I will define. First is header name and second is key, which we'll use for creating JWT token or validate JWT token. So let me define it. Actually it's gonna be public static final string secret key. Okay, so this secret key will be the random string. Okay, so let me write here random string. Okay, okay, so this random key we are going to use for creating JWT and validate JWT token. Now let's static final, let's define here JWT header name. So JWT header equal to authorization. Alright, now let's go to JWT token validator. And here I'm going to access that header first. So first let's access the JWT. So JWT request. So inside request user will pass one header, that is nothing but authorization. So JWT constant dot JWT header. Okay, inside this header will get the JWT token. Okay, and if I show you in the Postman, let me show you. Maybe you are doing this project first time Spring Boot project, so if you don't have any idea about JWT or authorization header, let me show you that. But why is taking too much time to open? Postman is very slow, or maybe my system is very slow, or maybe internet is very slow, don't know. But let's wait till it open. Or maybe let's okay, till that it open, let's move to next part. When it will open, when it's done I will show you. Okay, let it be. So if JWT is not null, okay, if JWT not null, that means user have provided JWT inside header. If we get the JWT inside header, we need to validate this header JWT token. So first thing we need to do is we need to collect JWT using substring 7. Now why we need to do this substring 7? Let me do this. So guys, we'll get JWT from this header like in this format. Let me show you here. Okay, so like with bearer keyword you will get your token, bearer, and here will be your actual token like this. With the bearer keyword and with this space you will get the token in this format. So we need to extract this word, like if we count this 1 2 3 7 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7, this 7 word or maybe alphabet we need to extract. That's why we are using here substring. Now if you know the basic Java, then you know about the substring. Okay, I'm not gonna explain this. Now let's use here try catch. Okay, inside catch I need to give here exception. If you got any exception, then throw new bad credential exception. That means token is not valid. Invalid token. Okay, we'll get this exception if token is not valid. Okay, inside this try I will write all our logic, but before this let me write here filter chain or do filter and request a response. Okay, so after validating this token he will move to the next part. That's why here we need to do filter, request and response. Okay, great. Now here let's secret key equal to keys. This keys will come from JWT token. Keys.hmask key for here we need to provide secret key. So how we get the secret key? JWT constants dot secret key dot get bytes. Okay, now let's extract claims. So guys, whenever we create JWT token, that time we'll provide two claims inside JWT token. First is email and second thing will be the role of that user. That means authority. So let's later we can extract this charts dot parse builder using parse builder, then set sign in key. Here we need to provide the key, then builds dot parse claims JWT dot get body. Okay, so that's how we'll get the claims. Now from this claim we need to extract two things. First is email, second is authorities, that means user roles. So string email equal to string dot value of claim dot get email. Okay, here you need to provide that key, which value you want to get. Okay, authorities equal to string value of claims dot get authorities. Okay, key of that value. Now we need to create this authority into granted authority list. So list of granted authority. Auth equal to authority util. Authority utils dot comma separated string to authority list. Okay, so guys, here we'll get all the roles like this. Like what? Like this. Maybe let me write here role customer, role admin, like this in string format. Okay, we'll get all the authorities in this string format, like role customer, role admin, in this format. But now we need to convert this string authority into granted authority. So for that we are going to use here authority utils dot comma separated string to authority list. Here we'll provide the string and it will convert into the list of granted authority. Okay, now what next? We need to add this inside actually we need to create here authentication. Then we need to set this inside context holder, security context holder. So let's create first authentication, Spring Framework Security Core, this authentication. Okay, don't forget authentication equal to new username password authentication token. Here you need to give first email, then null will be the password. Okay, first email, password will be null, and auth means this authority is granted authorities. Now let's add into security context folder, security context holder dot get contacts dot set authentication, and here we need to provide this authentication. That's all. Okay, so our token validator is now ready. Let's go to app config. I hope its error is also get resolved. Okay, now what we are going to do is let's close this. Let's go close this as well. JWT token validator, let's close this as well and rerun it once and check if we get any error or not. If we get, then we'll resolve it. Okay, we didn't get any error, but still guys, you can see here our Spring Securities auto generated password is generating. So we need to fix this. We don't want that Spring Security can generate auto password for us. We need to use our own password. So now it's time to fix this. So let's create here new class, give it name service, and actually it's not gonna be class. Let me remove this. Let's create new package, service. Inside this service I'm gonna create custom user details service, custom user details service. Okay, by implementing this service we are gonna stop auto generating password. So let's do this. First thing we are going to do is we need to annotate this with service annotation. Okay, let's implement with user detail service. This user detail service will come from Spring Security user detail service, this. Okay, now it will ask us to add unimplemented method, so we'll add it. Here we need the user repository, so private user repository, and let's auto add it. Okay, great. Now here you can see we have a load user by username method, and we need to implement it. First thing we are gonna check is if we get any user by this providing username. So user repository dot find by email. Let's provide here username. Okay, so it will be the email, guys, so don't confuse that. Okay, if we got any user, or maybe if we don't get any user, then user will be null. If user will be null, then we need to throw exception, throw a new user not found exception, user not found with email, and let's give here username. Okay, but what if we get user? Then we need the role, user role first. User role, user dot get role. If role equal to null, then role equal to user role dot role customer. Okay, if user forgot to give role, that means he will be the customer, not restaurant owner. That's why we are giving here role customer. What is this? Will produce null pointer exception. Okay, no problem. We are gonna handle this here. Okay, or maybe we can do one thing. Let's go to model, user, and in the role we can give here user role customer default role. Okay, now what we are going to do is let's make a list of granted authority. A list of granted authorities. Equal to new or a list. Okay. Now let's add the role inside this. So authorities dot add new simple granted authority role dot to string. Okay, whatever role we'll get here, that will I will add inside this authorities. Now what is telling? Authorities are updated but never wired. Yeah, we'll use this, don't worry. Okay, after doing this, we'll return here new user which are coming from the Spring Security core. Okay, here we need to provide the email, password and authorities as I told you before. User dot get email, user dot get password, and authorities, this authorities. That's it. Okay, so guys, now let me explain it once more time. First we'll check if user is exists with this username. If not, then we'll throw this exception. If yes, then we'll first collect the role of that user. If role is now no need of this line because we have defined the default role customer. Okay, after getting this role, we are defining here granted authority, empty granted authorities. Inside this, we'll add this role. First, we'll convert inside the simple granted authority. Then we'll add this role inside this authorities. And after that, we are gonna return here user which are coming from Spring Security user details with the email, password, and authorities. That's it, guys. Now let me refresh this, and I hope this time it won't create any auto password. You can see Spring Security doesn't generate auto password this time because we have implemented this method. Which method? This actually not this. Let me go to here. Yeah, this user detail service. Okay, we have build or maybe implement our own custom user detail service. But if I remove this service, then it will generate password again for us. You can see password is getting generated, but if I annotate it with service, then it won't generate any password. Okay, that is. Now guys, it's time to create login controller and register controller. Okay, so let's go to those, create new package, controller. Inside this controller, we are gonna create auth controller. Okay, and let's implement this auth controller. So first thing we need to do is we need to annotate this controller with REST controller, because it's gonna be REST controller. Okay, so let's do this one thing, REST controller. Second thing, request mapping, request mapping. That means whatever endpoint I will write here, okay, request mapping auth. That means whatever endpoint or whatever method I will write inside this, its endpoint will start from /auth. Okay, now let's define your user repository. So user repository, private password encoder, then we need JWT provider. Of course guys, JWT provider we don't have, so we need to create this JWT provider first. Okay, so let's go to config again. Inside this, let's write one class, JWT provider. Okay, great. Inside this JWT provider will write two methods, one for generate token and second for get email from the JWT token. These two methods we need here. So let's do this. Let's annotate with service. And let me open this JWT validator as well, because I need certain things. First thing I need is this key, or maybe claim. Let's copy this, go to here, and let's make it private. Okay, now let's write our first method, public string generate token, authentication auth. It will return a string, so let me return by default null. Now what I need to do is first let's collect the role from authentication. So collection extends granted authority. Now authorities equal to auth dot get authorities. Populates authorities. Now of course guys, we don't have populate authority method, we need to write it. So don't worry, we'll write it. I don't know why it's yelling on us. Remove type argument. Granted authorities auth dot get authorities. Okay. Authorities. Now I need to create this populator. Okay, you can see it has created for us. So first let's implement this. Set of string auth equal to new assets. Let's run a for loop. Granted authority collection, that means authorities. Now auth dot add authority dot get authority. Return string dot join okay. Now here I need to give authority, so I need to change the type of this, like extends granted authority and authorities, like this. Authorities. Is that error for not applicable to tab child collection extends collection. Okay, it was fixed. All right, now let's complete this generate token method. So string jwt equal to jots dot builder dot set issue at new date, set expiration, you can set here, so new date dot get time, okay. So guys, this is equal to 24 hours. After 24 hours this token will be expire, user need to log in again. Then claims, okay, claim we need to set here email auth dot get name. Also second claim we need to add authority, authorities roles, sign in with key, then compact, that's it, and return JWT. Now guys, you may have a question. Okay, like first you are converting this granted authority into string here, and that's it inside the JWT. And again, when you validate this inside the custom user details, let me go to service. When you validate here, that time again we are creating inside we are converting into the granted authority. Okay, you can see here. So why I'm doing this? Like first I am converting this in from granted authority to populate granted authority to string, and again I'm converting inside converting into granted authority from to string. So why I can't let it be in a granted authority format? Why I'm doing why I'm converting here in string format, then again granted authority from string. So guys, the thing is that JWT token is not allow us to store granted authority format. That's why we need to convert our authorities into string. Okay, so that we can set claim inside JWT token in this format, means string format. Okay, now one more method, get email from JWT token. Okay, so let's write here public string get email from JWT token. And here we need to provide user will provide JWT and it will return the email. For that, what I need to do is, first thing we need to do this. We need to extract JWT and remove the bearer keyword. Then I need to get claims from JWT, and then here let me copy this. Okay, I need to get the claims from JWT. After getting claims, I will get here email, and then I will return this email. Okay, that's it. Now again, let's start our auth controller. So here we will provide JWT provider, JWT provider. Okay, also we need custom user service implementation, custom user details service, custom user details service. Also I need card repository. We don't have card repository. Okay, no worries. Let's create card repository. Let's go to repository. Let's click on Java class. Maybe it's gonna interface, and the card repository. extends JPA repository. JPA repository. Here we need to give the entity class name cart. Then what I need to give here? Type of the unique identifier which are present inside cart entity. That is nothing but our ID. Okay. Now let's go to auth controller again. Let's cart repository. Cart repository. And let's annotate it with auto-wired. Also let's annotate it with auto-wired. Annotate it with auto-wired as well. Also here auto-wired. Here also auto-wired. Okay, now let's write our sign-up method. So finally public response entity, auth response. It will return auth response. Of course we don't have auth response. Create user handler. Create user handler, and it will take request body as a user, the user. Let's import this user. Okay, we don't have auth response, so I'm gonna create this inside. First let me create one package, response. Inside this response I'm gonna create auth response. Okay, public might be private. First will be token JWT. Then message, and let's write your user role as well. This three thing we are gonna define here. Let's go to here. Let's import this auth response. Return null. Okay, let's start now. Okay, so first thing we are gonna do is we'll check if user is exists. Okay, so is the provided email is exist in our database, equal to user repository dot find by email. Okay, we have this method email. Which email? User dot get email. Okay, so whatever email provided by user, it is already present in our database, then we don't need to allow that user to create another user with the same email. Okay, so that's why we are gonna throw here exception. Which exception will throw here? If exist not equal to null, it should be null. If it is not null, then we'll throw here new user exception. Exception user not found. Sorry, email is already exist in our database. Email is already, or maybe we can do we can give like email is already used with another account. Okay, and if it's null, then we'll create new user. So user created user equal to new user. Okay, now let's set some email fields like email. So user dot get email, then created user dot set full name, user dot get full name, then created user dot set role, user dot get role. Okay, created user dot set password. So guys, as I told you before, setting this password, we need to decrypt this password. So for that we are going to use password encoder dot encode, and here we need to give actual password. So user dot get password. Now it will be in form of decrypt. Okay, now let's save this user. So saved user equal to user repository dot save, and here we need to give created user. Okay, after that we need to do one more thing. What is this? Let's go to here. After creating user successful, we need to create the card for that user. So card equal to new card. Okay, and card dot set customer, that is nothing but saved user. Card repository dot save card. That's it. Okay, now let's create the authentication. So authentication equal to new username password authentication, because we need this authentication for generating token. Okay, let's give here email and actually user dot get email and user dot get password. Now security context, inside the security context folder we need to set the authentication. Okay, now let's generate the token. So string jwt equal to jwt provider dot generate token, and set this we need to provide authentication. Our token is generated. Now let's create auth response. So auth response equal to new auth response dot set jwt. Okay, I guess I didn't give here getter setter method. So let's go to auth response and annotate this with data, so that getter setter method will be available for this. Set jwt, then auth response dot set message register success. Let's give here success, register success. Then auth response dot set role, saved user dot get role. Okay, now we are ready to return new response entity with auth response and http status created maybe. Alright guys, so our register method is complete here. Now our sign up method is ready. So first let's give here endpoint of for our sign up method. So it's gonna be post mapping. First we need to annotate with the method, so it's gonna be post mapping, and now here we need to provide the endpoint, so sign up. So it's gonna be sign up. All right, now it's time to create our login method just like register. So let's create public response entity. Here also will return auth response. Then let's write here sign in request body. So inside request body it will take email and password for login. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's create one request package here inside the com.jos new package, and let's write here requests, and inside this request let's create one class and give it name login requests. Okay, so here I need to give two things. Private email will be string, of course. Then second thing will be password, it's also be string password. All right, and now let's give me here getter setter method. So for that let me annotate it with data. Now let's go to, okay, here I need to provide the semicolon. All right, now let's go to auth controller, and here inside request body guys will receive here login request. So login request okay, and let me return here null by default, so it won't give me any error. And now we can start to implementing our login method. Okay, so let's destructure first username means email, username equal to login request dot get email, and password, it's going to be also string equal to request dot get password. That's it. Now let's create authentication, and authentication equal to authenticate. So guys, this method we are gonna implement here, it will return authentication. Okay, so it will take two things, username and password for validating our password and username. Okay, then it will successfully return the authentication. First let's complete this authenticate method, then we'll finish our login method. So let's do this. Let me over here and create method. Okay, it's created. Now here we need user details from this Spring Security. User details equal to custom user details service dot load user by username. We have implemented the method inside the custom user details service that load user by username. So whenever we give username to this method, it will load user. Okay, now let's check. User details equal to null. That means by this username it will not able to load the user. That means user not present in our database. Okay, if user not present in our database, then we need to throw exception here. Throw a new bad credential exception, that invalid username or password. Invalid username. Now let's check that okay, if user is present in our database, then we need to check that this password is right or wrong. This password is matches with our database record or not. So how we can do this? Here inside password encoder, guys, we have one method matches. Okay, inside this matches we need to give password. First password is without encoding, and second password should be encoded password. Okay, so user details dot get password. And of course, guys, here we can't compare this password and this database password with equals method, because that are not the same. We have first encode our password and then save inside our database. So whenever a user give password from front end side, he will write actual password, not encoded password. So equals method not able to make a comparison. That's why we need to use here matches method, which are coming for password encoder. Okay, so keep this mind, this thing. And now if it here, guys, you can see I have write not sign. That means if password is not match, then we need to throw here exception again. Throw a new bad credential exception, that password not match or maybe invalid password. So let's write here invalid password. Invalid password. And here also let me write invalid username. Now if password is also match, user is also loaded, then we need to return here authentication. So return new user, which are coming from Spring Security. And here we need to give two things: user details password and user details dot get authorities. So guys, here first we need to give email, so it will automatically collect the email from user details, but it should be the small. Okay, second thing, we need to give password, so password will keep empty. Where it is? And here I need to write like this, user details. Now let's see why it's giving me the error. Okay, required type a string. Okay, no problem. Let's give get username, or maybe directly we can give here username. Required type authentication, provided user. Oh shit, we don't need to provide here user, we need to provide authentication. That means username password authentication. Okay, now let's give here user details. Password will be null. User detail dot get authorities. Okay, now let's finish our login method. So here now, guys, you can see we didn't get any error because we have implemented this authentication method. Now if password is also match, user is also loaded, then what we need to do, we need to create the authentication. So we have successfully created the authentication. Now it's time to generate the token. So let's go to here, generate token. Let's generate token and copy all this 3 line. Let me provide it here. Okay, so first we need to generate the token. So token is generated. Now after generating the token, we need to create auth response object. Okay, after creating auth response object, we need to first let me do this. After creating auth response successfully, we need to return this with the response entity. So here you can see I have written auth response and http dot created. Now it's not gonna be created, it's gonna be okay, because here we are simply login, we are not creating any records here. That's why I need to give like this. Typo error, let me fix this. Okay, one more thing. And that is nothing but I need the user role. You can see here I need to set the role with this auth response. So how can I get the role? Okay, so a collection extends granted authority. Okay, and from authority I will collect the role. So authentication dot get authorities. From this authentication, first I will collect authorities. Okay, inside that authority we can find the role. So how we can get the role from that authenticate get authorities? So role equal to authority if authorities is empty. Okay, if authorities is empty, then role will be null. Else authorities dot iterator dot next dot get authority. Okay, that's how you can get the role. Now let me make this role here. Wait, but this authorities will come from here. So let me write this here. Okay, now we can set the role here. So let me give here role. That's it. But we need to convert this into user role. So let's do this. User role dot value of role. All right. Okay. So our sign in method is ready. Now it's time to annotate with the post mapping, because inside request body we need to pass this data inside request body, login like username and password. That's why here we are going to provide post mapping. Okay, so now let's define the endpoint. Sign in and sign up. All right, so sign up and sign in is ready. Now it's time to check this endpoint in Postman. Okay, so let's check inside the Postman it is working or not. So let's go to here, Joe's Food, inside user service. First we need to sign up. So here you can see I have given Raju Pandey, raju@gmail.com. This password I have given, and this restaurant owner, role I have given restaurant owner. or let me make it a little bit bigger font. So how can I do this? Let's see. Okay. It's not okay. No worries, not manageable, but yeah, let's send the request. And of course guys, base URL, you can see our base URL is localhost 5454, then auth and sign up. Okay, so this endpoint we need to provide for sign up. Now inside body we have given this data. Now let's send the request and see what happened. It's giving unauthorized. Okay, it's giving unauthorized. So let's see here, /auth sign up. I guess our endpoint is correct, but let's go to configuration and check any other request we have made. Permit all. And why it's giving unauthorized? What about sign in method? Unauthorized. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create one home controller. So let me close all this, and inside controller, new Java class home controller. Let's annotate it with a REST controller, and public response entity. Let's send the only string home controller, and return new response entity, and welcome to food delivery project. And here what I need to do write is http status dot okay, and it's gonna be get mapping. Okay, now let's check it's working or not. Okay, let's open this, and localhost 5454. Wow, so we are not able to make this whitelisted endpoint. That's why it's giving this. But what is the issue? Okay guys, so we are making here silly mistake. You can see we are returning null here. So instead of returning null here, we need to return here http dot build. Okay, so that's because of that silly mistake our code is not work, but now it's gonna be work. All right, so let's go to here, and if I refresh it, let me refresh. Okay, let me remove this login, and you can see it's working perfectly fine. Welcome to food delivery project. Now let's go to Postman, and first let's sign up, and you can see here it's creating JWT token successfully. Okay, role is restaurant owner, and if I'll sign in, oh, with the sign in it's giving error. And what is that? Let's check. Cannot invoke get all because user is null. Let's go to here. So let me open the custom user detail service, and here it's okay. Here also we have made silly mistake. You can see here, if user equal to null, then we need to throw this exception, user not found. But what we are doing is, if not null, then we are doing this thing. So yeah, now let's check. Oh, now it's time, it's giving forbidden, means access denied. Okay, that means this record is not present in our database. So Raju, let's now sign in with Raju, and that's it. You can see it is also creating a JWT token for us, and you can see here role and register success, but here we need to give login success instead of register success. So let's fix this issue as well. So let's go to auth controller, and inside login method, here we need to give login success. Okay, now let's check it's fixed or not. You can see login success, it's fixed. Okay, now one more method, guys, I want we need to build here, that is nothing but find user by JWT token. Okay, we need to find the user profile using JWT token. So let's create here one user service inside this class and user service. Okay, it should be interface. Okay, not class. Now public, it will return user, find user by JWT token, and here we need to provide the string JWT, and throws exceptions if user not found. Let's import this user, and now wait, guys. Okay, find user by JWT, and one more method, let's write here user, find user by email, string email, throws user exception. We don't have user exception, so let's accept throws here exception. Okay, now let's implement this user service. So user service IMPL means implementation, user service implementation. Okay, implements user service. Now we need to add unimplemented method, so let's add it. One more thing, I need to annotate this with service annotation. Also I need the user repository here, so let's bring here user repository, and let's annotate this user repository with auto-wired. Okay, now One more thing guys we need is JWT provider here. So private JWT provider. Also let's annotate it with auto wired, and let's make this user repository also private. And here what I'm gonna do is, first I will find the user by email. So user equal to user repository dot find by email. If you remember, we have made this method find by email inside our user repository. Okay, if you got user, then it's fine. If you don't get the user, then we need to throw the exception. So if our user is equal to null, then throw new exception user not found. Okay, else return here user. If you get the user, then return user. Now let's go to here. Type will be user equal to find user by email. Okay, but first we need to extract the email from JWT token. So how we will do this? So JWT provider dot get email from the token. Here we need to provide JWT token. Then here need to provide email. So string email. And now what should I do is user equal to find user by email. And now let's return user. That's it. Okay, now let's create the controller for this. So let me write here user controller. Okay, we need to annotate this user controller with REST controller, of course. And let's bring here user service. So private user service, and need to annotate with auto wired. Then public response entity. With the response entity we need to send here user as a response. Okay, so let's import this user, and let's write here method name. It's gonna be get or find user by JWT token. So here we'll get the request header. Okay, from request header will receive the token. So request header will be authorization, and JWT is gonna be string JWT. Okay, that's how we can access the token. Now why I'm accessing this token from request header, I will show you inside Postman, don't worry. But let's first complete this. So it's gonna be get mapping, and need to give some profile. Okay, endpoint, and also let's give here request mapping. So request mapping, so our all the endpoint will start from users, okay, which are written inside this user controller. All this will start from users, then profile. All right, now let's find your user equal to user service dot find user by JWT token. Here we need to provide JWT token. Then let's return user. So return with the response entity, return new response entity, and here let's provide user, then http status, http status dot okay, let's give okay, like this. But here we need to add the exceptions. Okay, now it's fine. Okay guys, so our method is ready. Now it's time to check in Postman. Let's go to profile, and here you can see API user. Okay, our this endpoint will start from API, so without token it won't work. Okay, and where we need to provide the token, so we need to provide the token inside authorization. So let me give here by default no auth. If I give no auth, then what it will return, let's check. Access denied. You can see you don't have access of this profile. But let's go to sign in and collect this token. Let's go to profile and provide this token inside the bearer token. Control V. Let's save it and send the request. You can see now we are successfully able to load the user by token with the password, username, and role. Okay, I need to do one thing guys, inside a model entity, sorry, user entity. Inside user entity I need to make this user user role only what I can do is give here we can give here JSON ignore. Actually not role but password. Okay, we are not exposing password inside the in front end guys, because it's a sensitive thing. So let's, you can see role is coming but password is not coming, but I guess it will create issue and sign in. No, it's successfully making sign up. Let's create a new user and check Raju1 Pandey1, and you can see here row password cannot be null. Okay, because we have given here JSON ignore, that's why it's creating this issue. So we can't give here JSON ignore. Instead of JSON properties, inside JSON property JSON property write only, I don't know how we can write, but let's search JSON property write only and Spring Boot. So accept cookies, I'm not getting anything here. There is one field with JSON property write only, but I'm not familiar with the syntax, that's why I need to find here. I don't know why I'm not getting anything. Write only doesn't work. Access read write only. Okay, that's how we can write JSON property access equal to JSON property dot access dot write only. Now let's go to here and create Raju Pandey 1. Okay, we are able to create this Raju Pandey 1. Now let's copy this. Let's go to user profile profile and save this token. Let's make a request and you can see now password is not coming here. Okay, all right guys, so these are the fix. Now it's time to create a restaurant service, then restaurant service implementation and restaurant control. So let me close all this tab and let's create the functionalities for restaurant. Let's go to service first, create new Java class. It will be interface restaurant service, restaurant service. Okay, public, it will return restaurant. Then first method our will be create restaurant, okay, and create restaurant request. This request we don't have, but we'll make or build this class. So let's import the user first here and let's create this request. Class create restaurant request and let's give here data. So getter setter method will be available for all the fields which we write inside this, and let's write here private long id, then name, okay, name, then string description, then string question type, then address, then contact information, then opening hours, then list of images of the restaurants, then local date time, it should be registration date, but I don't think we need to give here registration date, will automatically generated. Okay guys, so this much field we need from front end side to create our restaurant id, restaurant name, description of our restaurant, question type of our restaurant, address of our restaurant, contact information, then opening hours and images of our restaurant. Let's import this now. Okay, now second method will be for updating our restaurant details. Okay, if somebody wants to update the restaurant detail, then he can update. So update restaurant, it will take a restaurant id, which restaurant you want to update, restaurant id, then create restaurant requests. Let's give here create restaurant request means updated restaurant. update restaurant. Okay, so guys, why I have uh, uh, take create restaurant request? Because the field will be the same for create restaurant and update restaurant. Okay, that's why I have take here create restaurants instead of making new request. Now let's say if somebody wants to delete their restaurant, so delete restaurant, long restaurant ID throws restaurant exception, or let's write here exception. Okay, now let's write endpoint for getting all the restaurants, so list of restaurants. So this endpoint will be available only for the admin role. Okay, only admin can get all the restaurants. Other user can't get all the restaurants information. So get all restaurants, then search restaurant. So it will also return list of restaurant, search restaurant. So if somebody wants to search a restaurant by name, he can search. Public and restaurant. Now find restaurant by ID. Okay, it will take only long ID. Throws exception. If restaurant not found with this ID, then it will throw the exception. Let me increase the font. Oh, not able to increase the font for you. Now get restaurant by user ID. So public restaurant get restaurant by user ID. Okay, long user ID. It will also throws exception if a restaurant not found with that user ID. Okay, then add favorites. Public restaurant DTO add to favorites. Okay, so if somebody wants to add any restaurant in his favorite list, he can add or remove as well. So both things will be handled by this method, remove and add. Now restaurant ID, then user, which user want to add. Throws restaurant exception, actually exception. Okay, now let's write one last method, public, that is nothing but update restaurant status. That means if owner wants to close the restaurant, so he can update the status of his restaurant, and if he want to open his restaurant, then he can change the status as well. So that's the motive of this method, update restaurant status. User can open their restaurant and close their restaurant according their needs. ID and throws exception. So which restaurant want to update the status. And if a restaurant not found with the ID, we need to throw the exception that restaurant not exists in our database with this ID. So that's why we have given here we have throws error exception. Alright, now let's create the repository for restaurant. So let's go to repository, new Java class, a restaurant repository. Okay, extends JBA repository. And first thing guys, here we need to give the entity, for which entity we need to create this repository. So it's for restaurant entity. And second thing, we need to give here type of unique identifier which are present inside our restaurant entity, that is nothing but ID. So type of ID is nothing but long. Okay, now we need to write here two methods only. And one more thing, it's gonna be interface, not class. First method, find by owner ID. Find by owner ID. Find by owner ID. So here we need to give long type of user ID. Okay, first method will be find by owner ID, and second method we need to write is for searching. Search the restaurant. So query, but first let's write the method name. List of restaurants find by search query. That means search the restaurant. String query. And list, and let's import this query annotation as well. Now select R from restaurants R where lower. So guys, why I'm giving here lower, because I need to ignore the case. Okay, like if it is a lowercase or uppercase, that time I need to ignore the case. That's why I'm giving here lower, like lower concat here I need to give percentage sign, then query, then again percentage signs. Or lower r dot question type. cushion type spelling mistake here. You can see cushion type cushion. Okay, like lower contact percentage sign. Okay, that's it. All right, so that's how we'll search the restaurant, and that's it for repository. Now let's create the implementation of restaurant service. So what I'm gonna do is create new class restaurant service implementation, restaurant service IMPL, and implements restaurant service. Now let's add unimplemented method. Now I need to annotate with service annotation. Certain things I will need here, that is nothing but first a restaurant repository, I need to annotate with oh my god, auto wired. Okay, if anything else I need, I will add it here, like address repository. Also we need user service or user repository. So let's create the address repository as well. So let's go to repository. It should be interface address repository and extends JBA repository. Here we need to give address and the type of the ID, that is nothing but long. Now let's close this as well. Where is our IMPL, restaurant service IMPL? Yeah, private address repository auto wired. Also let's write here user service auto wired. Okay, now let's create the restaurant. All right, so first thing we need to do is we need to create the rest address which are coming inside create request. So let's do this. Address equal to new address. Okay, address dot set or maybe let's do one thing, address equal to address repository dot actually address repository dot save request dot get address. Okay, so our address will be saved here. Now same thing for the restaurant. Like restaurant equal to, I guess, request. Okay, do one thing. Let's create restaurant here. So restaurant equal to new restaurant. Okay, restaurant dot set address. So let's set first address, then restaurant dot set contact information. So request dot get contact information, then restaurant dot set cushion type, request dot get cushion type, then restaurant dot set description, request dot get description, then restaurant dot set images, request dot get images, restaurant dot set name, request dot get name, restaurant dot set opening hours, request dot get opening hours, request dot set registration date. So inside registration date, let's give local date time dot now. Okay, and finally restaurant dot set honor. Set honor. Okay, so let's give here user. And now let's save this restaurant and return. So restaurant repository dot save restaurant. That's it. So our restaurant is now will be created successfully. Now let's implement this update. Okay, so restaurant equal to find by ID, find restaurant by ID. So here I need to give restaurant ID. Then if restaurant dot get cushion type not equal to null, then restaurant dot set cushion type equal to updated restaurant dot get cushion type. Okay, same you can change description, like restaurant dot get description not equal to null, then restaurant dot set description updated restaurant dot get description. And if restaurant dot get name not equal to null, then restaurant dot set name updated restaurant dot get name. Okay, that's how you can guys update all the fields. Now let's write here restaurant repository dot save and restaurant. That's it. If you want to update other fields as well, you can update here, no restriction, but yeah, I guess 3 is fine for us, so we'll keep as it is. Now let's move to the delete restaurant. Okay, so first restaurant equal to restaurant, find restaurant by id, find restaurant by id. Here I need to provide the restaurant id. Okay, and second thing will be restaurant repository dot delete restaurant. That's it. Okay, if it didn't find the restaurant by this id, then it will throw exception by this method where it is find by restaurant, find restaurant by id. Okay, here we'll implement the logic, so don't worry, we don't need to write here like if restaurant is equal to null, then throw the exception. This method find restaurant by id, it will automatically throw the exception for us. Okay, now get all restaurants. So restaurant repository dot find all, that's it. Then search restaurant. Okay, restaurant repository dot find by search query, and here we need to provide the keyword string keyword. So let's give here keyword, and let's go to a restaurant service and provide here keyword. Okay, now let's go to MPL, then find restaurant by id. Okay, now let's implement this. So optional restaurant, let's write optional opt, and restaurant repository dot find by id, let's give here id. So we'll check here if opt dot is empty. If it is empty, then throw the exception, throw new exception, restaurant not found with id and id. Okay, else let's return the restaurant opt.get. That's it. Alright, so that's how guys it will return the exception. So here you can see inside the delete method, we no need to write now this logic like if restaurant not found, then what to do. So it will handle by this method because we are using find restaurant by id inside the delete method. Okay, now let's get restaurant by user id. So here we need to find first restaurant by owner id. So restaurant repository find by owner id, here we need to give user id, that means owner id. And if restaurant equal to null, here we need to check if restaurant equal to null, then we need to throw the exception, throw new exception, restaurant not found with owner id, that is nothing but user id. Okay, and let's return here restaurant if we find. Now add to favorite. So it's a little bit different, guys. First we need to check if it is present, then we need to remove. If it is not present inside user favorite list, then we need to add. Okay, let's do this. But first let's find the restaurant equal to find restaurant by id, restaurant id, and then let's create the restaurant DTO. So DTO equal to new restaurant DTO, and DTO dot set description. So restaurant dot get description, DTO dot set images. So restaurant dot get images, DTO dot set title, restaurant dot get name. That's it. So our restaurant DTO is now created. Also let's set the ID. So restaurant, yeah, let's set it restaurant ID. Okay, no problem. Now here we'll check if user dot get favorites dot contains. If it is already contains DTO, then what should we do is we need to remove. So user dot get favorites dot remove DTO. Okay, else we need to add. So user dot get favorites dot add DTO, and here we'll need the user repository. Instead of user service, let's write here user repository. User repository. Okay. User repository dot save. Let's give here user, and let's return here our DTO. Okay, now finally let's implement our last method, that is nothing but update the status of our restaurant. Our restaurant is open or close, that is. Okay, let's copy this line, paste it. Oh shit. Paste it over here, and here I need to give the ID. And restaurant dot set open will restaurant dot is open. If restaurant is already open, then it will change into close, and if it is already closed, then it will open. Okay, so that thing I will do here. Now let's return here restaurant repository dot save restaurant. That's all guys. Now let's go to controller and create the controller for our restaurant. So we need to create two controllers here. First is for restaurant owner controller, that means admin controller, and second will be the just restaurant controller. Inside that will define all the routes for a customer, and inside the admin controller will define all the routes for restaurant owner. So let's create a Java class. First let's write for admin restaurant controller. Admin restaurant controller. What I need to do is annotate with rest controller, and of course I need to provide here starting endpoint, that is nothing but API admin and restaurants. Okay, so our all the endpoints which will write inside this controller start from this endpoint. Okay, all the all the API will start from this endpoint. API admin and restaurants. Great. Now let's create some instance like restaurant instance first, restaurant service instance, then user service instance, user service. Let's write here auto-wired. Also let's write here auto-wired as well. Okay, let's write our first controller, that is nothing but create restaurant. So with the response entity we'll send restaurant object. Let's create restaurant. Request body create restaurant, then request body request header. From request header we need to access the token. So first let's define the which header it will be. So it will be authorization. String will be JWT. Okay, now let's define return null by default. Okay guys, so first thing we need to do is get the user from JWT token. So let's import this user and user service dot find user by JWT token. Here we need to provide the JWT token. Let's add exceptions. Now let's create the restaurant. Finally, a restaurant equal to restaurant service dot create restaurant. Inside this we need to give two things, create request restaurant, and second thing will be user. So let's give here. That's it. Now let's return new response entity with restaurant object. New response entity with restaurant. HTTP status will be created. That's it. Now let's define here a method. So it's gonna be post method, of course. Okay, so our create restaurant method or maybe API is ready now. Same guys we need to do for all this thing like update restaurant, delete restaurant, and update restaurant status. So let's do this first. Let's copy this, providing here, and first thing let's change the mapping. So it's gonna be now put mapping because we are gonna update restaurant here. So let's write here update restaurant. Okay, inside update restaurant, from the request body we are gonna take a request create restaurant authorization. This will take, and one more thing guys, here we will receive is a path variable IT. So it's gonna be long. Now let's provide here path variable like this. Okay, now let's change the method name. So user restaurant service dot update restaurant. Here we need to provide ID, and second thing will be the updated restaurant, so it's nothing but request. Okay, so update restaurant is now ready. Now let's do same for the delete restaurant. Now instead of put mapping, we need to write here delete mapping. Okay, here also we need ID and a delete restaurant. Okay, let's access the path variable here, ID. Now let's write here delete restaurant, and let's give here a restaurant ID, that is nothing but ID, and we need to throw the exception if restaurant not found. Oh, it's not able to return anything. Okay, now guys, we need to create here one response, that is nothing but message response. So let's go to response, message response. So inside this message response there will be only one thing, that is nothing but string private string message, and let's annotate it with data. Let's go to here, let's create message response, new message response. Let's response dot set message. So restaurant is deleted successfully. Restaurant deleted successfully, or let me make it smaller. Alright, now instead of returning restaurant, we need to return here message response. Let's write here response now. Great. Now let's update restaurant status and find restaurant by user ID. So let's copy this. Update restaurant status. It's gonna be put mapping, not delete mapping. Also we need to change the endpoint as well. So status, let's provide here status. Okay, and here we'll write update restaurant status. Okay, all thing is good. Now let's go to here, instead of delete we'll call here update restaurant status and provide here ID. That's it. Let's remove this. Instead of response, here we'll give a restaurant, and here also a restaurant and restaurant. R should be capital, restaurant. Okay, all right. So restaurant service dot update restaurants, and instead of create, now let's provide here okay. Here also let's provide okay. All right, now find restaurant by user ID. Let's copy this, provide here. Let's change first endpoint user. It should be get mapping. Okay, get mapping, and find restaurant by user id. So let me change the name as well. Find restaurant by user id. Okay, great. We don't need this path variable here. Let's go to here and find restaurant by user id. Maybe get restaurant by user id. Okay, and here we need to provide the user id, so user.get id. That's it. Okay, so now guys, our admin controller is ready. It's showing one error where here. Okay, our admin restaurant controller is ready. Now let's create the restaurant controller for customer. So restaurant controller, guys, give me just 1 second, let me have some water. Okay, now let's start. Let's annotate it with REST controller, and let's give a request mapping. So here, if you can see, our endpoint will start from API admin. Okay, but now our endpoint will start from just API restaurants. All right, let's go to here, copy this thing, this 3 thing. Okay, so now instead of post mapping, first it's gonna be search, so it will be the get mapping. Search. Okay, search restaurant, and we don't need the request body inside the get mapping, so let me remove. Instead of, we need one request param, string keyword. Okay, and it will return list of restaurants, either empty list, either list of restaurants. So now let's call here search restaurant, and here we need to give keyword. That's it. Now let's make the list of restaurants. Okay, our one method is ready. Now let's create another one. Copy get all restaurant. Okay, now we don't need this request param, so I will remove this, and also I will remove endpoint from here as well. Don't need this as well. And here get all restaurant. Now let's make for find restaurant by id. So it's gonna be also get mapping, but here we need to provide now endpoint. So it's id find restaurant by id. Find restaurant by id. Okay, find restaurant by id. Let's give here id. We need to access the path variable id from the path variable. So let's accept it. No need to give this directly long and id. That's enough. Okay, instead of returning list of restaurant, it will return just a restaurant. So let me remove from list here. That's it. Now add to favorite. Okay, if user want to add restaurant in its favorite list, then he can add. For that, let's implement one method or endpoint or API, you can say. So it's gonna be put mapping id, then add favorites. Add favorites. Let's change the name. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. Now it will return restaurant DTO. Okay, so let me change here a restaurant DTO, and now let's call here add to favorite. Add to favorites. Here I need to provide the ID of restaurant and user. That's it. And here let's return the restaurant DTO. Alright guys, and let's give here okay instead of created. Here also let's give okay. Okay, and here also let's change from created to okay. All right, I guess our endpoint is now ready to check. Let me have a look once. This is delete mapping. Okay, so we don't need this request body. This is update. Okay, we need there. It is update status. Here also we don't need the request body. And find restaurant by user ID, we don't need here as well. Now let's check create, then update, then delete. Okay, now let's go to restaurant controller, search request header. Okay, request header we need everywhere. Okay, now let's go to Postman and check our endpoint. So here let's open restaurant service. You can see here create restaurant, but before that let's go to profile and check restaurant order, that is nothing but Raju Pandey 1, and let's sign in with Raju. Okay, let's copy this JWT token. This JWT token, guys, I'm gonna add inside the global, and here JWT, you can see I will change this, saved it. I'll go to connection, collection actually, not connection. Then let's go to user profile and check. So you can see Raju Pandey is coming, role restaurant owner. Now let's go to create restaurant. So inside authorization, let's give our JWT of Raju Pandey. Let's go to body, and let me minimize it little bit. Okay, you can see first thing is a name. Let me maximize little bit. So name, description, question type, then address we have given, contact information we have given, opening hours, and images. Inside images we have given two string, okay, two URL of the images, two images we have given, and contact information like this, then address like this. I hope you will get the point. Now let me minimize this and send the request, and here also you can see our endpoint as well, API admin and restaurant. Okay, now it's time to create new restaurant, so let's create it. It says not found because we need to provide here restaurants. Okay, finally our restaurant is created, guys. You can see here our restaurant is created. Registration date is this, open false, open by, it's by default it's coming false because our restaurant should be by default open. Okay, but no problem, we'll change the status. And now let's go to our MySQL command line and check record is coming or not inside our database. I made the mistake in password. Again I made the mistake. Okay, so finally I have logged in. Now use Josh food and YT. This is our database. If you remember, we have created. Now database is changed. Now let's show all the table first, tables, and we need to check inside our restaurant table. So where is our restaurant table? Let's check. Here you can see our restaurant table is here. Let's copy this and select star from a restaurant, and you can see, let me maximize it, our email of restaurant, Instagram, mobile, Twitter, question type, description, name, description of the restaurant, food, and all these things you can see here. Okay, that means our restaurant is created, guys. Data is coming here. Okay, question type is Italian, you can see. So after creating restaurants, now let's get all restaurants. Let's check this endpoint, get all restaurants. Okay, it is also working. You can see the owner of the restaurant and name of restaurant, food. Wow, great. And it is a list of array. You can see, guys, it is a list of array. Okay, get users restaurant. So let's see, Raju Pandey's restaurant. Okay, it is also coming, means it is also working fine. Now let's change the status. Currently you can see the status of our restaurant is false, means our restaurant is not open, open is false. So let's change. Here what I'm gonna do, let's add new request, update restaurant status. and API admin restaurants. Then I need to give ID, so ID will be 1, and I guess status. Now let's check the ID of this restaurant. Yeah, it's 1. And let's go to here and check the endpoint inside admin. Yeah, you can see here status, this ID and status. Okay, now let's go to Postman. Wait guys, give me just 1 second. Okay, now let's go to update restaurant status, and it will be port mapping, of course. Here we need to provide the bearer token, so let's provide bearer token and let's send, and let's check. You can see status is open now. If I give it again, now status will be false. Open is false. Now open is false or true. Okay, so it is also working fine. And now which endpoint we need to let's go to here restaurant controller and add to favorite. Let's check add to favorite. So let's check here if we have this endpoint add to favorite. New request, remove card item, add to favorite. Here you can see we have add to favorite. So let's put inside a restaurant service. Add to favorites. API restaurants ID will be 1, and first let's check the user profile, guys. So you can see favorite is null by default, but when I add something inside the favorite into my favorite list, this I have added. Now let's check again user profile. You can see I have the restaurant inside my favorites. Let's go to again and let's try to remove. If I run it again, it will be removed now. Let's go to here. Let's do this. Oh, it's added 2 times. Okay, so we need to fix this. Let's go to our restaurant service implementation, add to favorites. User.get favorites dot contains a DTO. If it contains DTO, then remove DTO. Else user.get favorites dot add DTO. Okay, contains DTO. Why it's not working? It should work. Let's go to add to favorites again, and user profile Raju Pandey. This time it has 3. But why? Let's check. Images this, description this, all these are same, huh? Item ID, description, food, Okay, so user dot get favorites dot contents TTO. Okay guys, since it is not working, let's use a different approach. This content is not working, so what I'm gonna do, let me first remove this and add this. Don't worry guys, I will be explain this. No worries, let me remove this. Okay, so here what I have done is let me little slightly. Okay, here what I have done is I have take one variable is favorited, and by default it's gonna be false. Then I will loop through all the restaurant and check if favorite dot get id dot equals restaurant id. Okay, if any restaurant's id will match with this restaurant id which are user providing from front end, then I will make this is favorited equal to true and break the loop. Okay, after that what I will do, I will check here if it is favorited means it is true, that means this restaurant is already present in user favorite list. Okay, then what I need to do is just remove that restaurant from his favorite list. So here I will use favorites dot remove if favorite dot get id dot equal to a restaurant id. Okay, here I will remove that all the restaurants which are present with the same id inside the user favorite list, and if it is not present then I will add. Okay, so simple this thing we are going to do is, now let's go to here and check it is working or not. So user profile, let me, currently you can see in that favorite I don't have any items because I have removed. Now let's go to add favorite, edit, and let's go to user profile. See, it contains one restaurant. Okay, one favorite restaurant. Let's run this again. Let's go to here again and run it again. You can see now our favorite user favorite list is empty. Okay, so it's guys working perfectly fine. So that's it for this video, and now in the next video we are gonna implement food service implementation and write the controller for food. Okay, so now let's create the food service. So let me right click here, new class, Java class, and I will give name is food service. Okay, and it should be interface, not class. So let's convert into interface. Now let's write our all the methods here. So public, it will return food, and first method will be create food, and we need to import this food. So let's import here. It will take two parameters, actually three. Get create food request. First is create food request, second will be the category, food category, then third will be the restaurant, restaurant. Okay, let me import the restaurant as well. And yeah, so guys, create food request we don't have. Okay, so let's create this class inside the request package. Create food request. So inside we need some fields, that is nothing but like name, description, price, category, all this. Okay, so let's define, and before that let me provide here data, so that getter setter method will be available for this class. Now let's define all the field. String name, then string description, then price will be long, then category, private category, then images, private, it's gonna be list of images actually, so that list of string, because here will store the image URL. Okay, and we'll upload all our images inside Cloudinary, then we'll store that URL here, which are provided by Cloudinary. Now long restaurant ID, let's take a restaurant ID, restaurant ID, then private boolean vegetarian, by checking that this food is vegetarian or non-veg, that's why we are taking this boolean. Okay, and seasonal as well, this food is seasonal or not, vegetarian. All right, now let's take ingredients as well. So list of ingredients, here we need a list of ingredient items, ingredients. All right, now let's go to here and import this. Okay, now delete food method, delete food. If a restaurant owner or restaurant manager want to delete the food, then he can delete. Food ID throws food exception, or maybe let's just throw exception, because we haven't built a food exception, that's why. Okay, now this method is for get restaurant's food. Okay, get all the foods of any particular restaurant. So let's write here, get restaurant's food, long restaurant ID. Also let's take boolean is vegetarian, and one more boolean is non-veg, and let's take is seasonal as well. And category as well. So why we are taking this this field, guys, because if user wants to if user wants to filter the food, okay, by like it's vegetarian, is non-veg, or is reasonable, also by category, if we want to filter, then he can do this. That's why we are taking this. Okay, now let's move to the next. Search food. Okay, it is very important. Search food. User can search food by food name, category, and all this. So let's, it will return list of food, search food. Okay, string keyword, inside keyword he can type anything, and food. Now find food by ID, so it will return food, find food by ID. Okay, long food ID, and also it will throws exception if food not found by given ID. Then update availability of food, like food is available or not. So let's write method for this as well. Update availability status long food ID throws exception. Okay, so if any food is not in stock, if it is out of stock, then owner can change the status of availability, like it's not available. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's create the repository for this. So new class, it's gonna be interface, food repository, food repository implements. Okay, actually it's repository, so extend JBA repository, and here we need to provide the entity and unique identifier type, so it's long. Okay, now let's define two method. So one is for find a restaurant food. Okay, so food, and naming convention is very important, guys, here. Like find by, first you need to write find by, then you need to give here fields which are present inside the food and you want to search for. So restaurant, I want to search for restaurant and then restaurant ID, like this, long restaurant ID, or maybe let's give just restaurant ID. Okay, now search by name or category. So list of food, let's search food, let's write directly search food. Okay, take params, keyword, it's gonna be string. Okay, now let's annotate this with query annotation and write our query here. Select f from food f where f dot name, like here I need to provide this percentage symbol, keyword, then percentage symbol, or f dot food category dot name, like inside percentage, here I need to give keyword again, like this. Okay, so this is our query for searching food. Now let's create the service implementation. So new, okay, let's create again new Java class and food service IMPL implementation Okay, IMP means implementation. Food service implementation. Implements food service. Now let's load all the unimplemented method. So it loaded. Now let's annotate with service annotation. Here I need the food category instance. So private, actually food repository instance. Food repository. I need to annotate with auto wired. Okay. Anything else I need here? Don't know. Let's check. Okay, we'll write here if anything else need here. First, let's start now. So let's create the food. Food equal to new food. Okay, food dot set category. Set food category. Food dot set restaurant. Food dot set description. Request dot get description. Food dot set images. Request dot get images. Food dot set name. Request dot get name. Then food dot set price. Request dot get price. Then food dot set ingredients. Request dot get ingredients. Food dot set seasonal. So request dot get or maybe is seasonal. Okay. Food dot set vegetarian. Request dot is vegetarian. And okay, I guess all these are set. Nothing's are left. So let's create now. So food repository dot save food. Okay, and let's store in one variable. Actually, saved food. Now what I need to do is let's return for save food here. Okay, and inside restaurant food, I need to add this food, save food. Dot add save food. Okay, that's it. All right. Now our create food is ready. Now let's delete food. Implement the delete food. Food equal to find by ID. Food ID. And food dot set restaurant. Null. Okay, we are going to do this. All right. So guys, here what we are doing is from food, we are going to remove the restaurant. Okay, so now this food don't have any restaurant, so it will be in our database, but when a restaurant owner, okay, from the dashboard fetch all the foods of his restaurant, this food will be not appear. And same for the customer as well. Whenever customer click on any restaurant, this food will not come in this restaurant now. Okay, so this is our strategy here. Now let's write this logic like get restaurant food. So first what I need to do is first let's find the restaurant maybe. Okay, let's find all the food of any particular restaurant foods equal to food repository. Food repository dot find by restaurant ID. Here I need to provide the restaurant ID. Okay. Okay. So guys, if is vegetarian, is non-veg, and is seasonal, and then this food category will be null, then we don't need to anything. We'll just return foods, all the foods which are getting from this restaurant. But if it is not null, then we need to apply the filter on this foods. Okay, so let's check. Is vegetarian. Okay, if it is vegetarian, then foods, I need to give here foods equal to filter by vegetarian. Okay, this method will write, don't worry. And here we need to give is vegetarian. Alright, this method will implement later. First let's complete this. Is non-veg. Food is equal to filter by non-veg. Is non-veg. Is seasonal. Foods equal to filter by is seasonal. Okay, so let's implement this, create this method as well. And now category, let's write for category. If food category not equal to null and not food category dot equals to empty. Okay, yeah, if it is not empty and if it is not null, then let's apply filter again. Filter by category now this time. Filter by category. Food category. Okay, so let's complete this filter by category, seasonal, vegetarian. Okay, so first let's create complete this, or maybe let's complete this filter by vegetarian first. So return food dot stream dot filter and lambda will use here food dot is vegetarian equal to is vegetarian dot collectors dot to list. That's it. Okay, whatever is vegetarian is coming, like if it is false, it is true. Based on that we need to filter this. Now same for the non-veg. So let me copy this. Guys, now is non-veg is not in our table. Non-veg field is not present, so what I'm gonna do is equal to false is non-veg food dot is vegetarian equal to false. That means if non-veg is coming, okay, that means non-veg is true. If non-veg is true, then vegetarian should be the false. Okay, now seasonal. So let me copy this and write logic for the seasonal. Food dot is seasonal. Okay, is seasonal equal to true, or maybe seasonal you can write here. Okay, both things will be same, guys. If you can write here is vegetarian or true, both will be the same, because here you can see we are giving this condition. If it is seasonal, only then he will be go inside this block. Same for the vegetarian, like if it is true, is vegetarian is true, then only it will go inside this block. Okay, so both thing will be work if you can give here is seasonal as well, and you can give true as well. Same for the vegetarian. Okay, now let's filter for category. So it is little bit different. So return food dot stream filter food, and here let's write some logic, like if food dot category food dot get food category not equal to null, then return foods dot get category food dot get category dot get name dot equals, here I need to provide food category. That's it. That's how we write the else return false. Okay, now collectors to lists. That's it. One more time, guys, I will explain you this. So see, whenever we want to apply filter, that time we need to use stream. So food dot stream dot filter, and here we are using lambda sign. Inside this block we are writing one logic, like food dot get category. So whatever category of this food, if it is not null, then food dot category dot get name of that food category, name of that food category equals to this food category. Means user will provide the name of the food category from front end. Okay, if both the name will be equals, then it will return true. If it will if the name will be not equal and the category will be null, then it will return false. So that means we don't need to now perform any filter on this food list, okay, if category is already null. And if this name will be not match of this food category and provided by user, then it will return false here, and if it is match, then it will return true. So that thing will be handled from here. Okay, now guys, I hope you will be understand. Search food, okay, it will return the list of food. So food repository dot search food, and here we need to provide the keyword. Now find food by ID, okay, so it will return optional, either food will be present inside or not. So optional food equal to food repository dot find by ID, and here let's provide the ID. Okay, let me have some water, guys. Okay, now here I will check if optional food is empty. If it is empty, then throw exception, throw new exception, food not exist, food not exists. Okay, but if it is exist, that means if it is not empty, then we need to return that food. And how we get that food? Using get method, which are present inside optional. Okay, now let's update the availability of the food. For that, what we need to do? So first we need to find the food by ID. So find food by ID. Let's give here food ID. Then food dot set availability. Here will give if it is already available, then make it out of stock, and if it is already out of stock, then make it in stock. So this kind of toggle thing we are doing here. Okay, food repository dot save, and here we need to provide food. Now directly you can return here. Let me remove this. Return. Okay, so our implementation is done. Now it's time to write the controller for this. So let's create food controller. Food controller. We need to annotate this with REST controller and request mapping. And what will start from, okay, here also I guess two controller, guys. One is for customer, and second is for admin food controller, like this. Okay, no problem, I don't have any problem. Let's first create admin food controller. Okay, API food. Let's go to controller, Java class, admin food controller, admin food controller, REST controller, request mapping. Our endpoint start from API, admin food. food service, food service, auto wired. Okay, also let's bring here user service as well, because we'll need it, user service, and let's make it auto wired as well. Also let's bring here restaurant service as well. So restaurant service, auto wired, sorry. Okay, now let's create our first method, first controller, that is nothing but create item, create food. So public with the response entity will send the food. Let's import this, create food. Okay, from request body it will take request body. From request body it will take create food requests as a request. Also from request header it will be authorization. From request header it will collect the token, so string JWT. Anything else? No. Now let's return default null, and then we can start here. Okay, first let's get the user from user repository. So user repository dot find user by JWT token. So here we need to provide JWT token, and let's import the user, and let's add the signature here. Now let's find restaurant as well. Restaurant equal to restaurant service dot find restaurant by ID, and here we need to find the restaurant by ID. So request dot get restaurant ID. Now finally let's create the food, equal to food repository or maybe food service dot create food. Inside this, guys, you can see we have we need to provide certain things like request, then category, and restaurant. So request dot category and restaurant. Okay, now let's send this food as a response entity. Okay, response entity. We can send response as a with the response entity, that is nothing but food. Inside response we need to send here food. Okay, and http status dot created, because we are creating here food, and let's define here method. So it's gonna be post mapping. Okay, that's it. Now let's copy this and write same for delete food. So first let's send the delete food. Okay, let's provide here ID of that food. Which food do you want to remove or delete? Okay, so request body will not come here. Instead of here will come path variable. Long ID. That's it. Now we don't need this, so let's remove this. Instead of create food, now delete food, and here we need to provide the food ID, that is nothing but ID. It will throw one except throw the except make delete food return. Okay, it will not return anything. Instead of returning food, here we'll return the message, send the message response. Okay, message response equal to new message response, response dot set message food deleted successfully. Here we need to send the response. Now let's search food. Let's write the controller for searching food. This search food will be available for a user as well, but let me think little bit. Okay, first let's complete the update food status availability. Update food availability. 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 Okay. Okay. Now what we need to do is it will return the food first. Let's write here food and update availability status. Here we need to provide the food ID. So let's provide ID. And let's return food. Instead of response, let's return here food. Let me remove this. Okay. So guys, for searching the food, we'll implement in the customer food controller. So let's go to customer food controller. First food controller here. Admin food controller. Let's copy this thing. Let's go to food controller. Paste it over here. Food controller. Okay, so let's add here search food. Search food. Okay, create request. We don't need this. Instead, let's use here request param. Request param string, and a name or keyword you can give here. There is no restriction. Then let's remove this line because we don't need it. Now food service dot search food, and here let's give name. That's it. But it will return a list of food. So let's do this. Let's import the list. And also here we need to change the type, return type, list. Also let's make it foods. Okay, and it's gonna be get mapping, of course. And let's provide the endpoint search. Okay, now let me copy this and get restaurant food. Now get restaurant food. So here food, then restaurant, then here I need to provide the restaurant ID, restaurant ID. Okay, here inside the request parameter I need certain things like vegetarian, okay, then seasonal, then non-veg. Okay, one more thing guys we need, that is nothing but path variable. Okay, path variable is restaurant ID, so it's gonna be long, restaurant ID. Okay, now it's fine. And let's provide the category, food category as well, path variable as a request parameter. So request parameter required false. Okay, it's gonna be string food category, that means category name. Okay, now get restaurants food. Here we need to provide first restaurant ID, then we need to provide is vegetarian, so vegetarian, then we need to provide is non-veg, so non-veg, and we need to provide is seasonal, so seasonal, and we need to provide food category, so food category. That's it. Okay, instead of created, let's give here okay. Now let's go to admin food controller and make it fix. So delete will be delete mapping guys. Here we need to change this. Okay, inside delete map, delete food, then update food availability. So here we need to provide put mapping. Okay, so that's it, our food controller is ready. Okay guys, so now it's time to create API for category. So let's start. First we'll write the service for category. So let me create one Java class here, Java, and I will give it name category service, and of course it should be interface, not class. So let's write here interface, and let's write the method. First will be the create category. It will return category. So let's write create category. Create category. Okay. String. It will take name and long. User ID. Okay. Okay. So name of the category and user ID. Okay. Why user ID? Because using user ID will find the restaurant for which restaurant you want to create this category. And now let's find category by restaurant ID. Public list of category. Find category by restaurant ID. Okay. Restaurant ID type will be long, and it will throw exception if restaurant not found. Alright, now find category by ID. Public, it will return category. Find category by ID. Long ID. Okay, it will also throws restaurant exception, exception. Now let's write one class for implementation, category and service implementation. So category service implementation implements category service. Let's add unimplemented method, and also let's annotate this class with service, because it's gonna be service class. We'll write here our business logic, and let's define here a category repository. So actually we haven't made category repository yet, so let's create category repository. Category repository, it's gonna be interface. Let's extend with JPA repository. So here we need to give first category, second argument will be long. Okay, and one method we want to make here, public, it will return list of category. And now what should be the method name? So guys, this method find all the categories by restaurant ID. So let's write here find by, first let me import this list, and now find by restaurant ID. Okay, it will take long ID, restaurant ID. By using this ID, it will find all the categories within this restaurant. Alright, now let's go to category service implementation. Let's write this implementation. Okay. First thing we need to do is check restaurant is present using this user ID or not. Okay, so let's bring here or maybe create a restaurant service instance. A restaurant service, or maybe we can do one thing. Okay, let's do here as well. So restaurant service, auto wired, then private category repository. Let's auto wire this as well. Okay, let's find restaurant restaurant service, find restaurant by ID, user ID. Okay, after finding restaurant, let's create category. So category equal to new category. Category dot set name category dot set restaurant, and yeah, that's it. Now let's save this category. So category repository dot save category. All right. Now find category by restaurant ID. Okay, let's find it. Category repository dot find by restaurant ID. Let's give here ID. That's it. And find category by ID. Okay, so it's gonna be optional category, and optional category equal to category repository find by ID. Let's give here ID. Then let's check if optional category dot is empty. If it is empty, then what should we do? Throw exception, throw new exception, that category is not found. If it is not empty, then let's return the category. Okay, that is fine. Now let's create the controller for this. New Java class category controller. Let's annotate it with REST controller. Request mapping. We should give here API admin category. Okay, let's make here category service instance. So private category service should be auto wired. Okay, and now let's do one thing. Okay, let's write method response entity. With the response entity, we'll send the category, and create category handler. Okay, create category, and from the request body, we'll take here category. Okay, request body will take category. Other thing will take authorization header, so request header. Authorization. Now using user service, so we need user service here. User service auto wired. Actually, we need to find the user here first. So let's find user using user service dot find user by JWT token, and let's give here JWT. So from this authorization token, we'll receive here JWT token. Let's provide this JWT token here. Okay, we need to throw the exception, and now Let's create category. Category equal to okay, let's give it a created category equal to category service dot create category. Here we need to give two things. First, name, so category dot get name here will give, and second, user id, user dot get id. Now let's return our category. Return new response entity, and let's return category, actually created category, and http status dot created. That's it. Now let's define here our endpoint. So it's gonna be post mapping. Okay, now let's copy this and let's write same for get restaurant category. Okay, get restaurant category, and it's gonna be get mapping and category ABI. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let me cut it out from here. This, let's give it here. Okay, and let's give here category restaurant, because guys this endpoint will use for customer as well and restaurant owner as well. Okay, if we use admin here as well, then it will work only for a restaurant owner, but inside from customer side also we need to fetch the all the categories related to any particular restaurant. So that's why we are giving this. Now let's find category by restaurant ID, and here we need to give ID. Okay, by restaurant ID. Okay, okay, let me go to category service implementation. Find category by restaurant ID. Find by restaurant ID. Let's do one thing. Restaurant equal to, here what should I do? Restaurant service dot find restaurant by user ID. Let's give here ID, and then restaurant dot get ID. Here also find restaurant by ID, not, it should not be ID, it should be find restaurant find restaurant by user ID, or maybe get restaurant by user ID. Okay, yeah. Now let's go to here and provide user ID. user dot get id. Yeah, it will return list of category. So let's convert into list of category and let's import this list. Okay, here also we need to change the type, return type. So let's give you a list of category instead of single category, and categories, categories, that's all. And we don't need this request body. All right, get restaurant category, category restaurant. I guess that's all. Okay, that's all for category. Now since our category service is ready, means category API is ready, now it's time to create ingredients API. So let's go to service, create new Java class for ingredients service, ingredients service, and of course it should be interface. Okay, now we can write our all the methods for ingredient service. So let's write. First is for create create ingredients category. Okay, so public ingredient category create ingredient category. Okay, it will take name, long restaurant ID. For which restaurant do you want to create this ingredient category? Restaurant ID, and throws exception. Okay guys, so for the inside ingredient service will handle both things, like for ingredients category as well and ingredient item as well. Okay, will not make a separate service for ingredient category and ingredient item. Will handle both thing in one place here. So now find ingredient category by ID. So it will return ingredient category. Find ingredient category. Find ingredient category by IT, long IT, throws exception. Now find ingredient category by restaurant ID. Of course it will return list of ingredient category. Find ingredient category, ingredient category by restaurant ID. Find ingredient category by restaurant ID. Okay, and Now find restaurants ingredients. Now let's write service for ingredients. So list of ingredient item and find restaurant ingredients. Long restaurant ID. Okay, by providing restaurant ID, we'll get all the ingredients within that restaurant. And one more thing, before this, let's write method for create ingredients for any particular restaurant. Okay, so that any restaurant can create ingredients for them. Ingredient item, create ingredient item, long restaurant ID, then ingredient name. So let's provide a just name here, or maybe ingredient name, ingredient name, then ingredient category ID, ingredient category. So let's give a direct category ID and exception, throws the exception. Okay, now let's write one more method for update the stock. Like this ingredients is out for stock, this ingredients is in stock, like this. Public ingredient item update stock and throws exception. Now let's create the repository. Now of course guys, we have handled ingredients item and ingredients category in one place in ingredient service, but we have made the separate model for both, means separate entity for both ingredients category and ingredient item. So we need to create the separate repository for both ingredient, separate repository for ingredient item and separate repository for ingredient category. So let's do this. Let's go to repository, where it is, here, new Java class. First create ingredient repository, ingredient item repository. We can give anything name, but let's give some appropriate name. Ingredients item repository, ingredient item repository, extend JBA repository, ingredient item, and tab will be long, and of course it's not gonna be class, it's gonna be interface. Okay, now ingredient item repository and ingredient category repository. So let's write ingredients category repository. Okay, also it should be interface, so let's change here. and extend it with the JPA repository. JPA repository. Here we need to give first ingredient category, and second thing we need to give type, so it's gonna be long. Okay, now let's go to service. Create implementation of ingredient service. Ingredient service IMPL. IMPL or maybe IMP. Okay, no worries. Let's annotate it with service. And create here instance of ingredient repository and ingredient category repository. So ingredient item repository and ingredient category repository. Let's make it auto wired. Let's make it auto wired as well. Now, we need to implement with ingredient service so that it can provide all the methods. Okay, now we can write the implementation. But let's create a restaurant service instance as well. So private restaurant service and restaurant service, we need it. Okay, so first let's find the restaurant. Restaurant equal to restaurant service dot find restaurant by ID. So here we need to provide the restaurant ID. Okay, after finding restaurant, we can create ingredient category. So ingredient category and category equal to ingredient new ingredient category, new ingredients category. Okay, category dot set restaurant. So let's set here restaurant, then category dot set name. Let's set name, and that's it. Now we can save this category and return. So ingredient category repository dot save and category. Find ingredient category by ID. Okay, let's find it. Optional ingredient category, ingredient category opt equal to ingredient category dot repository dot find by ID. Now if opt dot is empty, that means ingredient category is not present in our database, so we need to throw the exception. Let's throw it. Throw new exception, ingredient category not found. Ingredient category not found. If it is not empty, that means it is present in our database and we need to return it. So let's return here opt.get. That's all. Find ingredient category by restaurant ID. Okay, so for this we need to make one method inside category repository, ingredient category. Okay, it will return a list of ingredient category, and here we need to find by restaurant ID. Okay, let me import this restaurant ID. Here we need to provide the restaurant ID. That's all. Now let's go to service implementation, and directly we can use here ingredient category repository dot find by restaurant ID. Here let's give ID. Also we can check if restaurant is exist or not. So for that we can use restaurant service dot find restaurant by ID, and let's provide here ID. If restaurant not exists with this ID, then this find by restaurant ID method throw the exception. We don't need to throw any exception here, it will automatically throws. Okay, now create ingredient item. Let's create ingredient item. Okay, so same thing for like this. Let's go to here. First we need to copy this, go below, paste this line. After creating restaurant, after finding restaurant, we need to create ingredient item. New ingredient item dot set name, and here we need to provide ingredient name item dot set restaurant. So let's set the restaurant. Item dot set category, and here you can see we have provided the category ID. So first we need to find the ingredient category. So let's find it. Ingredient category, category equal to find by ingredient category ID, and let's provide here category ID. Okay, and let's set this category here. That's all. Now let's save this ingredient item. So saved ingredient item, or maybe let's just write ingredient equal to ingredient category ingredient item repository dot save, and let's give it item. Okay, after save it, category dot get ingredients dot add. So we need to add here ingredient item. And now let's return our ingredient. That's all. Find restaurants ingredients. So Of course, this method we need to implement inside ingredient item repository. It will return a list of ingredient item. Okay, so find by restaurant ID, and here we need to provide the ID. Ingredient item repository dot find by restaurant ID. Okay, that's all. Now here we need to update the stock. Okay, so first let's find the ingredient item. Let's find it. Optional ingredient item. Okay, optional ingredient item equal to find ingredient item repository dot find by ID, and here ID. If it is empty, so let's check. If optional ingredient item dot is empty, then throw new exception. Ingredient not found. Ingredient not found. If it is not empty, then we need to change the stock, or maybe update the stock of that ingredient. So let's define here ingredient item equal to optional dot get. Okay, now we have ingredient item, so we can update the stock. Now ingredient item dot set in stock. Okay, if it is in stock, then we need to provide out of stock, and if it is already in out of stock, then we need to make it in stock. So here we'll write logic like this: ingredient item dot get stock, or maybe is in stock. Okay, and here we will write not sign. That means if it is true, then it will make false, and if it is false, then it will make true. Now let's save this ingredient item repository dot save ingredient item. Okay, now let's write the controller for this. So ingredient first we'll write create ingredient, second create ingredient item. Okay, let me first close all this. Let's go to controller, create new class, ingredient controller. Okay, also let's annotate with rest controller, request mapping, and let's provide here API admin ingredients. Private ingredient service and ingredient service. Let's annotate it with auto wired. And with the response entity, we need to send here ingredient category. Why ingredient category? Because we are gonna create here new ingredient category. So let's write method name create ingredient category. Okay, and let's take request body. Inside request body will we need restaurant ID, name of that category. So let's do one thing. Let's create one request class for this. Let's go to our request package. Ingredient category request. Let's annotate with data so that getSetter method will be available for this. Two things, name, second restaurant ID. That's all. Let's go to here. Ingredient category request. And yeah, I guess we don't need anything else. Let's create ingredient category. Ingredient category item equal to ingredient service dot create ingredient category. Let's provide a name first. So rec.get name and rec.restaurant ID. That's all. Now let's return it with the new response entity and http status dot created. Also here we need to throw the exception. So let's add exception signature and let's annotate it with post mapping and give endpoint category. Now just like this we'll create ingredient item as well. So create ingredient item. Okay, it will be also post mapping, but here we don't need to give any category, any endpoint. And request ingredient request. So let's create one ingredient request because three things we'll need here. First, restaurant ID, name, and ingredient category. So let's click on Java class, new class, ingredient. Ingredient item. Ingredient request. Okay, and let me have some water, guys. Okay, three things: name, then second thing will be category ID, so long, then restaurant ID. Now let's annotate it with data, so that by annotating it with data, getter setter method will be available. Ingredient controller. Okay, here we need to take ingredient requests. Ingredient requests. Now let me remove this. Create ingredient item. So as you can see, first we need to provide restaurant ID, then ingredient name and category ID. So request.get restaurant ID, now name, request.get name, then category ID. So request.get category ID. That's all. Of course, it will return ingredient item. Ingredients item. And here also we need to change the return type ingredients item. And that's it. Now let's write method for update the stock. So it should be put mapping, because we are updating here something. Okay, let's give here a ID and stock. Update stock. Update ingredient stock. Here we need to take the path variable, so let's take it. Path variable long IT. Let me remove this. And update stock, here I will provide the ID. That's it. And instead of this created, I will give here OK. Okay, so that is fine. Now get all the ingredients of any restaurant, any particular restaurant. So let's first change the method name. It should be get mapping. Then provide here endpoint restaurant and restaurant ID. We don't need this tag here. And here we need to change the name. Name restaurant ingredient. Restaurant ingredients. Get restaurant ingredients. Get restaurant ingredients. Find restaurants ingredients. Let's provide the ID. And it will return the list of ingredient item. So let's import this list. Also here we need to change the return type. That's it. And let's make it items. Okay. Now same thing. Let's find all the category of any particular restaurant. So get restaurant ingredient category. It will be get mapping restaurant, and then let's provide here category. Okay, this will be our endpoint. This will be our name, restaurant ID, and just change the method name. Find ingredient category by restaurant ID. Find ingredient category. Here we need to provide the ID, and it will return ingredient category. Let's change here as well. Okay, so let's have a look once. First is create ingredients post mapping. This will be our endpoint category. Second will be create ingredient item. Okay, it is also post mapping. Then update ingredient stock, it will be put mapping. Okay, get restaurant ingredient, get mapping, of course. And last, get restaurant ingredient category, it will be also get mapping. Alright guys, so our food API, category API, and ingredient API will be completed here. So that's it for this video guys, and now in the next video we'll create the API for cart, user cart. Okay, so that user can add item in his cart, update the item, and then we'll create the API for order so that user can made order. Okay, and also will give ability to admin so that he can update the order status and deliver order to the user. Now it's time to create card service. So let's close all this tab and let's go to service, create new Java class, give it name card service, and let's change the class to interface. Here we'll write all the method of our card service. So first will be add item to card. It will return card item. Card item. Add item to cart. Okay. And add. Oh, what is this? First, let's import this. Add card item request. Add card item request. Request and string JWT. It will take a string JWT. Throws exception. Instead of JWT, let's take here user. Or maybe let's take JWT. Okay, now of course guys, we don't have add card item request, so we need to create this class. So let's go to request, create new Java class, add card item request. Okay, and what are the things inside this? ID, food ID, and quantity of that food, and then ingredients. So let's write here, I have it, long food ID, then quantity, and ingredients. Okay, now let's import this. Second method will be update card item quantity. It will also return card item. Update card item quantity. Card item ID and integer. Throws exception. Okay, so which card item you want to update and how many quantity you want to update. Then it will return a card. Remove item from cart. Okay, so which item do you want to remove? Card item ID, and here also we need to give JWT token. Throws exception. Let's import the cart. Now let's write method for calculate the card total. It will return a long type. Calculate card totals. Card and cart. Throws card exception. Just exception because we don't have card exception. Guys, if you want, you can implement all the exceptions like card item exception, card exception, then user exception. Okay, so yeah, if you want, you can do that, but we are not going to do this. And then find card by ID. Find card by ID, long ID, throws exception. And find card by user ID also. So public throws exception. Now clear cart. So after making successful order, we need to create our card as well. So that's what we are doing here. Okay, our service is ready. Now let's create the repository for this. So let's go to repository. Card repository. What is the problem? unable to parse template interface, error message, file, YouTube project online food already exists. Okay, so card repository is already exists. We have created this card repository. We have created this card repository, but when? I didn't remember. Uh, Card repository. Okay, let's create card item repository as well. Card item repository extends JVA repository. Here we need to provide card item, then long type of the ID which are present inside card item entity. Why I didn't remember when I create the card repository. Don't know. Don't know. Okay, no problem. Let's go to card repository. Let's write here one method. That is nothing but cart. It will return cart. Public cart find by customer. Find by customer ID, long user ID. Okay. Now let's go to, oh, I remember when we create the sign up method, that time we need the card repository. Okay, that time we have created this card repository. All right, guys, so now let's go to card services and create new Java class, card service impl. Okay, implements card service. Now let's add all unimplemented method, then annotate with service annotation because it's gonna be our service class. Now let's bring here some instance. So first card repository, then after card repository, I guess we need user service as well. And card item repository as well, or maybe food repository as well. So let's make it auto wired private user service auto wired, then private card item repository, and let's bring here food repository as well. Food repository auto wired. Okay, so first thing we are gonna do is let me remove this. Okay, so what first thing we have done? First thing we have done is clear our error. Okay, now let's find here user. Okay, why we are finding user? Because in which user card we want to add this item. Okay, so we need the user here. So user service, find user by JWT token. JWT, let's provide JWT. Now what we need to do is first let's find the food. Let's use your food service. Food equal to food service dot find food by id. Okay, request dot get this request dot get. So let's provide here data so that getter setter method will be available. Get food id. Okay, now let's find the cart. So card equal to card repository dot find by customer id, user dot get id. Okay, now we have card, food and user. Now we need to create the card item first. First check it, if this card item is already exists. Maybe. Okay, if it is already exist, then what we will do is we'll just update the quantity, else we create new card item. Okay, so card item card dot get items, and here check if card item dot get food dot equals food. If these are equal, then new quantity, we need to just update the quantity with the new quantity. So what will be the new quantity? So our new quantity is card item dot get quantity, this existing card items quantity plus whatever user have choose the quantity. So request dot get quantity. Okay, and just return update card item quantity. So card item dot get id. Okay, update card item quantity method. This method update card item quantity. This method update the card item quantity for us. Okay, we'll write the logic here, but for now just let's use this. Okay, now if it is already exist means food we whatever food user have chose to add in his card item, if it is already present in his card, then it will just change the or maybe update the quantity of that food. But if it is not present in his card, then we need to create new card item and then add inside his card. So let's do this. Card item, new card item equal to new card item. So new card item dot set food this food, then new card item dot set card. Okay, so let's set card as well. New card item dot set quantity. So request dot get quantity. New card item dot set ingredients. Request dot get ingredients. New card item dot set total price. So what will be the total price? So total price will be quantity into food price. So first let's check how many quantity a user have select. Request dot get quantity into, we need to multiply quantity with the food price. So food dot get price. Okay, now card item saved card item equal to card item repository dot save card item. Okay, card dot get items dot add saved card item. Okay, after saved this card item, we need to add this card item inside the card as well. Okay, because card have a items filled with card item. So inside this items we need to add this saved card as well. Now let's return here item. So saved card item. Okay, that's it. Our card item is now added inside user card. Now it's time to update the card item quantity. So first let's find card item equal to find card by id. Okay, find card. All right, we need to find by a repository. So card item repository dot find by id, and here we need to provide card item id first, and we need to make it optional as well. So let's make it optional and card item optional. Okay, if card item is not present, then we need to throw the exception. So if card item optional is empty, that means it's not present in our database, then throw the exception. Throw new exception card item not exists or maybe not found. Okay, but if it is not empty, that means it is present in our database. So we need to proceed like card item equal to card item optional dot get, and item dot set quantity. We need to just change the quantity, set quantity. So here let's give the quantity, and that's it. That's enough. Also let's change the price of the card item. So card item dot set price, sorry, item dot set price, item dot set price, set total price. So total price will be changed now. Okay, let's give here item dot get total price. Wait, it is a card item. Okay, so item dot get food dot get price. Directly we can multiply this with the quantity. Okay, let's give here quantity. Okay guys, so let's say we have our selected quantity is 5 here. Okay, let's say our selected quantity is 5, and our food item which are present inside our card items price is 100. So our total price will be 5000. Okay, so that's thing we are doing here. Our quantity into food price. So we'll multiply quantity with the food price so that we can get total price of that card item. All right. Now let's save this card item. So card item repository, item. Now remove item from the cart. So we can remove. Let me copy this to thing. Go to here. We don't need this food, but we need user. Okay, we'll find the user by this JWT, and we'll find the card by this user ID. Now from this card we need to remove this card item. Okay, so we need to find the card item as well. Let's find it here. Let's copy this, use it here, and card item equal to optional dot get. Now let's remove it. So cart get items dot remove item, and that's all. We can remove here cart. Maybe return our card here. Okay, or should I, let's card item repository, card repository. Card repository. Okay, we need to save this card after removing the item. So cart. Okay, now calculate card total. So let's do this. Long total equal to 0L. Okay, we need to loop through all the card item which are present inside cart. So cart item, card item, card dot get items, and total plus equal to card item dot get food. First we need to get the food. Now get price from this food and multiply it with the item, card item quantity, card item get quantity. That's it. Now we can return here total. Okay, find card by ID and find card by user ID. So let's find here, find card by ID. Of course it's gonna be optional card, and optional card equal to card repository find by IT and IT. If optional card is empty, then throw exception, throw new exception. Card not found, card not found with ID, or you can give here ID as well. Okay, but if it is not empty, then return the card. So optional card dot get. That's it. Now here we need to find card by user ID. Okay, so let's find for first user by user ID, user service, find user by ID. Oh, we don't have, so let it be. Let's find card repository find by customer ID. Let's provide here user ID. That's it. And now let's clear our card. So we need the card equal to find by user ID, find card by user ID. So let's provide here user ID. After getting card, let's card dot get items and dot clear. So our card will be clear here. Now card let's save this card. So card repository dot save card. That's it. Okay, and now let me have some water, guys. Okay, so our implementation are done here. Now it's time to create a controller for this. So let's go to controller, new Java class. Here I will write card controller. Okay, let's annotate it with REST controller. Request mapping also we need to provide here. Okay, so all our endpoint will start from API, guys. Okay, So we need to give here slash API. We need here card service instance. So let's create it. Card service instance auto wired. Okay. Now let's implement all our endpoint. So public, first add item to card. It will return card item with the response entity. Then add item to card. Request body we need to give here. Add card item request. So from request body will receive the add card item request. Then request header. From the request header, we'll take the JWT token. Okay, now let's add this card item. So card item equal to card service dot add item to card. Here I need to give request and JWT. That's it. And need to add one exception signature. So let's add it. Now let's return with response entity card item HTTP status okay. That's it. We need to provide here endpoint as well. Put mapping cart and add. Okay. Now we need to update this card item as well. So here also put mapping will come and card item update. Okay, update card item. Let me write here update card item. Update card item quantity. Update card item quantity. Okay, here what we need to do, we need to take is update card item request. Okay, so let's create one class, because guys here we need card item ID and quantity, those two things. So update card item request, inside this card item ID private long or maybe int quantity. And data. Okay, and now update card item quantity. Let's call this. Here we need to give card item ID and quantity. So request dot get card item ID and request dot get quantity. That's all. Okay, now let's remove card item. So let's copy this. Remove item from the card. So here we'll call delete mapping. Okay. Let's provide here card item ID. Which ID do you want to remove from the card? And here we can give remove. Let's add here remove card item. Remove card item. Okay. And now delete mapping can't access the body, so we need to provide here path variable. From this path variable will access the ID of card item. So long ID. Okay, let's remove this and remove card item. Here two things we need to provide: card item ID and JWT. That's it. Card item to cart. Okay, here also we need to change the return type. It will return card now. Okay. Now find user card and clear cart. Two methods are left. So let me copy this. First, let's clear cart. Clear cart. Okay, so clear cart. Here I need to give card, then clear maybe. Clear. Okay, of course it's not gonna be accept the request body. Clear card, only one thing we need to give is user ID here. Okay, so let's give it JWT here. Which card you want to clear? Let's go to implementation. String JWT. Let's find first user service, find by JWT token. User.get ID. Okay, let's go to service as well and change this. String to JWT. And variable to cart. Okay, let's return here card instead of card item. Card and cart. That's it. Okay, now let's find user card. So here I need to give get mapping. Okay, and that's it. Clear cart. Instead of clear cart, find user cart. Find user card. Okay, from request header will receive the JWT token. Find card by user ID. Let's give here JWT, and let's change this as well. Instead of ID, we'll receive here JWT token. Let's find user. User dot get ID. That's it. And let's go to card service. Change here as well. String JWT. Now let's fix this. Long provided. Find card by user ID. So what is saying? Required type string. Provided long. Find card by user ID. Okay, that's it. Now let's go to here. Okay, so our card item and card API are ready. Okay guys, now it's time to create order service. Okay, so let's close all this tab and let's create first one Java class for order service. And it should be interface, not class. Let's write all our method of order service, like create order, update order, cancel order, get users order, get restaurants order. Okay, let's do this. So public return type will be order for now. Create order. And it will take create order request. So order request, order, and user. So inside order request we need two things: restaurant ID and delivery address. Let's go to order. Let's create order request first. Order request class. Order request. Let's provide getSetter method by annotating it with data. Private long restaurant ID, then private address, delivery address. Okay, delivery address. Now let's go to order service. Import this order request, import this user as well. Okay, and our second our second method will be update order. Public order, update order, long. For updating order we need to provide order ID, which order you want to update, then string order status. Okay, it will throws exception if provided order is not exist in our database. Then void cancel order, that means delete order. cancel order. Okay, long order ID throws exception. Now let's get all the orders of any particular user. So it will return list of order, get users order, and here we need to provide the user ID. Okay, which user order you want, throws exception. Now let's find all the orders of any particular restaurant. So it will also return list of order, get restaurants order, and here we need to provide the restaurant ID. Restaurant ID, and let's provide order status as well, so that we can filter order by status, like pending order, delivered order. Okay, like this. So throws exception. Okay, now let's create the repository for this. First, order repository, and it should be interface, not class, and we need to extend it with JPA repository. JPA repository. Here we need to provide entity, so that is nothing but order, and type of the ID, so type will be long. Now here we need to write two custom methods, public and it will return list of order. What is those two custom method? One is find all the orders by user ID. So find by maybe customer or order. What is inside it? Let's check. Find by. Okay, user is not there. Customer is there. Find by customer ID. Okay, user ID. Let's give here. And second method also will return list of order, public. Okay, and here we need to provide find by restaurant ID, restaurant ID, long restaurant ID. Okay, it will return all the orders within this restaurant ID, and it will return all the orders within this user. Now let's create implementation of this order service. Okay, but before that, let me create one more repository that is nothing but for order item. Order item repository. Let's remove this class and extend it with JPA repo. Actually, we need to provide here interface. Oh, extend it with JPA repository. Here we need to provide the order item and type of the ID, that is nothing but long. Now we can create the implementation. Order service IMPL implements order service. Also, we need to annotate this class with service annotation, because it's gonna be our service class. We will write here all our business logic. Now we need some instance here. What are those? Like order repository, then of course order item repository. So let's bring this. Order repository, order item repository, okay. Now let's create our order. So first we need to destructure the address, shipping address. Shipping address will be order.get delivery address. And address, saved address. Let's save this address using address repository. So we need here address repository as well. Address repository, auto wired. Okay. Now address repository dot save, we need to provide here ship address, so it will be saved now. Okay, one more thing guys we need to do is we'll check this provided address is already present inside the user address field or not. If it is already present, then no need to do anything, but if it is not, then we need to add this inside user address field, so that user no need to provide address every time when he made new purchase. Okay, so get address dot contains saved address and user dot get address and add saved address. Okay. We can do one thing. User repository, let's access here user repository private, user repository auto wired, user repository dot save user. Okay, after adding address inside user field, we need to save this user. Okay, now let's find the restaurant. So let's use here private restaurant service, sorry, restaurant repository. Control Z, auto error, or maybe we can use here restaurant service as well. So let's use restaurant service. Okay, let's find the restaurant by ID. Restaurant equal to restaurant service find by restaurant ID. Order dot get restaurant ID. That's it. And now let's create our order. So created order equal to new order. Created order dot set customer. Here we need to set the customer. And created order dot set delivery address. Created it. So let's give here local date time. Okay, it's not accepted. Let me give here new date. It is accepted. Now created order dot set order status. By default it's gonna be pending. Created order dot set delivery address. So let's add here saved address. Created order dot set okay, restaurant is also done. Let me check. I have set the restaurant. Set customer, created at order status. Okay, let's set the restaurant now. Set restaurant. Okay, restaurant is also set. Now order items, we need to set here order items, but we don't have any order items, so we need to create the first order item. How we create the order item? Using a cart item. So let's first get the cart equal to cart service. Okay, we need to use here cart service. Private cart service, cart service, auto wired, and cart service dot find card by user ID. Let's provide here user dot get ID. Okay, now we need to add what? Required type string. Okay, find card by user ID. Here I need to provide the JWT token. Let's go to card service and actually not category, card service. Card service, let's provide here user ID. Okay, now let's go to implementation. Let's accept long user ID. Here also let's accept long user ID. Okay. User ID. Now let's go to controller. And let's go to here. User service, auto wired. User equal to user service dot find user by JWT token. Let's provide here user dot get ID, and let's import this user. Okay, let's do same thing here. Okay, now let's go to order service implementation, and yeah, now it's fine. After getting card, now we can find the card items as well. Let's define here order items. Order item. Okay. Order items. New array lists. Now we need to loop through all the card items. Okay. So card items. Card item. Card dot get items. Order item equal to new order item. Okay, order item dot set food. Then order item dot set ingredients. Ingredients also we need to set here. So card item dot get ingredients. Order item dot set quantity. Card item dot get quantity. Okay. Order item dot set total price. So card item dot get food, or maybe total price directly. Okay, and order item, saved order item. We need to write like this. Okay, now let's save this order item. So here order item repository dot save and order item. order items dot add save order item. Okay guys, so first we have create the order item, then we have saved using order repository. After saving this order item, we need to add this saved order item inside this order items. Okay, after creating all the order item, now we can set this order item into our created order. And before that, before that, okay, let's do one thing. Created order created order dot set items, so order items, then created order dot set restaurant. Actually we have already set the restaurant. Guys, give me just 1 second. Okay, and let's set the total price. So card dot get total. It's long. Let's go to card service. Actually it's card service implementation. Find card by ID. Find card by user ID. Calculate the order. Let's do one thing. Find card by user ID. Here let's write a cart equal to, then before sending this card to the response, we need to set here total. Calculate total card. So let's give here cart. Then we can return cart. That's it. Okay, now let's go to order service implementation and let's calculate the card. Required integer, required type integer, provided long. Let's do one thing. Long total price equal to card service dot calculate, and let's give here cart. Let's give here total price. And what we are gonna do is, let's go to order entity. Total price will be long. total item, total price. Let's provide year long, and it's fine now. Okay, now it's time to save the order. Okay, so order saved order equal to order repository dot save Okay, after saving this order, now we need to add this order inside our restaurant as well, like for which okay, for which restaurant this order is come. So let's me restaurant dot get orders dot add saved order. That's it. Now we need to return the created order. That's it. Okay, so our create order method is now ready. Now let's implement this cancel order. Okay, so for this first we need to find the order, find order, find order by ID. We don't have method find order by ID. We need to implement this. Let's go to order service, public order, find order by ID, and it will take long, order ID throws exception if order not found. Let's implement this method. Okay, let's go to here, find order by ID. We need to give here order ID. Okay, now order repository dot delete order by ID, delete by ID. Here I need to provide order ID. That's it. Now let's implement this update order. Okay, order equal to find by order ID. Okay, now let's check if order status dot equals out for delivery, out for delivery. Or order status dot equals delivered. Order status dot or order status why this is not coming. Order status dot equals. Okay, if it is out for delivery, if it is delivered, and if it is completed or pending. So complete set, we need to write one more. Let me do this like this so that you can see it. Order status dot equals pending. Okay, if those conditions are true, any one condition are true from this, then we need to change the order status. So order dot set order status equal to order status, and here we need to return, not return actually, here we need to return. Let's first complete this. Order status dot save, sorry, order repository dot save order. Okay, after saying this order, we need to return it. But if this condition is not true, if condition is not true, then we need to throw exception here. Throw exception. What will we throw here? We'll say that throw new exception actually. Please select a valid order status. Please select a valid order status. Okay, now get users order. Okay, get users order. So let's do this. Order repository, find by customer ID and user ID. That's all. Get restaurants order. So order repository dot find by restaurant ID. Restaurant ID. Actually, here we need to filter this. Okay, let me define here list of orders, and I will check if order status not equal to null. If it is not null, then we need to apply filter on this. So orders equal to orders dot stream dot filter order dot get order status dot equals this order status. So order status. Okay, and now we need to write here like collect collectors to list. That's it. Okay guys, now let me make you this understand one more time. Let me explain this. So here I'm checking that this order status is equal to this upcoming order status, then it will return true, and if it is written true, then it will return then it won't filter, but if it is false, then it will filter those order. So we don't filtered order, of course. And now I will return order. Okay, if order status is null, okay, that means user don't want to filter order, then it won't go inside this block statement. It directly goes to line number 119 here and return all the orders. But if order status is not null, then it will go inside this block and check if order status is equal to this order status, then it will return true, and other order it will filter. Okay, now find order by ID. Let's implement this method. So first optional, here we need to provide order, then optional order equal to order repository dot find by ID. Here I need to provide order ID, and I will check if optional order is empty. If it is empty, then throw exception, order not found. Throw new exception, order not found. If it is not empty, then return actual order. So optional order dot get, and that's all. Okay, now let's write the controller for this. Since our order service is ready, now it's time to create the controller. So let's go to controller. Let's create new Java class and order controller. Okay, we need to annotate with REST controller. Also, let's provide a request mapping. Our all the endpoint will start from API, and we need here order service and user service instance. So private order service auto wired. And here we need user service. Okay, let's make it auto wired as well. Now we need to create the create order method. So let's go to our card controller first and copy this one. Go to order controller, paste it over here, change the name, create order. Actually create order like this, not like this. Create order like this. It's gonna be post mapping. Let's import this and let's change the endpoint as well, orders, or maybe order. Okay, create or maybe order request. Okay, now let's remove this line. Order equal to order service dot create order, and inside this create order we need to give this request and user. Okay, let me import this. Of course we don't have user, so let's find user by JWT. User equal to user service dot find user by JWT, and let's do this. Instead of card item, here we need to return the order. Also we need to change here type will be order. Okay, so now it is ready. Let's copy this and now let's create method for getting all the orders of any particular user. So get order history, okay, it's gonna be Control Z. Okay, let me remove this and let's write here get mapping order and let's give here user. Okay, now here I need to write find order, find user, get users order, and here we need to provide user.getID. Oh, it will return list of order, of course. And let me import this list. Now we need to change the type here as well, because it will return list of orders. Okay, since it is a get method, we don't need here request body. Okay, so our order controller is ready. Now let's create admin order controller. Okay, we need to create here admin order controller. Inside this we have only 3 methods. So let's copy this. Actually, let's copy all this and let's new admin order controller, REST controller and request mapping, API admin, and let's provide let's paste our this method. Okay, so now let's customize it. Let me remove this, we don't need it. Here get order history. Okay, so we'll write the method name, let it be order history, because it is also order history but it's for restaurant instead of user. So now what I'm gonna do is order restaurant, and here you need to pass the restaurant ID. Let's pass it ID. Okay, and let's access this as a path variable. Path variable long ID, and here get restaurant's order. Okay, remove second parameter from abstract method guest restaurant. Okay, here we need to pass order status as well. So let's take order status as a request parameters. So request param, and let me make it required false string order status. Okay, let's provide order status, and yeah, that's it. Now let's write one final method for update order status. So it's gonna be put mapping, of course, because here we are gonna update the order status. So update order status. Also we need to change the endpoint as well, like which order do you want to update. So here I need to give order ID. Okay, and here I need to give order status, which status you want to update. Order status. Okay, let's access here order status as a path variable. String order status. Order status, and we don't need now this order status. Let's remove this and update order. Here we need to provide ID and order status. That's all. And let me make it here ID. Okay, guys, this variable and this variable should be match. Okay, else it's not gonna work. And this order status and this should be match. Here you can see I have made a mistake, but now it's fixed. Okay, this variable name and this variable name should match exactly. Now it will return only SQL order, of course. So let's change the order type here as well. Okay, now I guess it's perfect. Get order history of any restaurant and update order status of any particular order. All right, guys, so I guess that's it for this video. Okay, our all the API is now ready, like for user API, restaurant API, then food API, ingredients API, order API, category API, card API, and all this API is now ready. And yeah, so now we can integrate this backend with our front end. But before this, guys, we'll check some API like food API. We have checked the restaurant API only. We haven't checked food API. Also, we haven't checked like ingredients category and this order API and card API. Okay, so yeah, we'll test all this API in our Postman. Then we can integrate this front end. That means we can connect this our backend with front end. Okay, so yeah, guys, now let's meet in the next video.